Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Delicious things to eat.
The popcorn can't be beat. The sparkling drinks are just dandy. The chocolate bars and the candy. So let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
I'm a fan of classic movies.
Hello and welcome to Overlapping Dialogue, a podcast of audio commentaries dedicated to discussing cinema that fascinates us in a way we hope fascinates you. We're your co-hosts, Kyle and Levi Huffman. I'm Kyle.
And I'm Levi.
And here we are. We finished up the Spooktober Spooktacular. And in many ways, we're going to be discussing the most horrific movie that we have so far on this whole podcast, A Clockwork Orange from 1971 from director Stanley Kubrick. And it's not even just ode to the film that we're talking about today. Me and Levi are kind of in a mood today.
We're pissed off.
Yeah, there's a lot of just things percolating, things that we can talk about and probably things that we shouldn't.
Yeah.
Just, I don't know. This is an aggravating movie, but an important movie. And a movie that is from a director that we both quite love and admire in a lot of ways. And who is, more than any director of the last 50 plus years redefined and changed cinema in a variety of ways. Mm-hmm. But again, a movie of his that we're not as big of a fan of, but we've did that in the past before with Quentin Tarantino and Django Unchained, so this is a similar circumstance. Any other thoughts at the top before we...
I probably like Django Unchained more than this movie, and that's saying something. So I think this is a better movie, and I respect it.
I think I like this one actually a little more than that.
Well, I'll say this:
very marginal.
There are points in this movie that reach a true transcendence that I respect.
Mm-hmm.
With points that Django Unchained can never get to.
Sure.
And Django Unchained is an inherently more problematic movie, which is saying something about what its issues.
I think
towards certain groups.
Yeah,
this is more of a general.
I think the problems with this are much more societally abstract and hard to really wrap your head, arms around.
Yeah. And I don't even
Django
think
Unchained's easier to say. Well, this is a paternalistic, racist.
And I don't
story,
even think that the author or the director knew exactly what they were. They couldn't wrap themselves around itself. Right. So, but in that sense, there are moments that make this movie transcendent, but they're few and far between, and even then they are uncomfortable, and I don't like it. And I haven't ever really liked it, but honestly, the last few days, just rewatching some scenes, I've really grown a new hatred for it it's at full blast, so get ready. So that's all I have to say.
Nothing else. We're all about stirring Levi's hatred of things. But before we get into that, we just gotta get into that blue plate special.
Hi, Audrey. Norma. Have a cup of coffee, please. Sure.
I'll have what she's having.
Hey! Who wanted a large pepperoni? Coming up!
Order up.
And the order is indeed up. So, I'll be honest, we're a little light year. Get it? On some things we're going to be talking about today in terms of the Blue Plate Special. The first thing, again, to keep this hate train going, is just this last week, because I couldn't remember, what's the name of this? Is it Buzz Lightyear or Buzz?
It's
or
the
whatever?
dumbest thing you can think of. It's Buzz.
The trailer for Lightyear.
Yeah, I was about to say it's Buzz or it's Buzz Lightyear.
The new Pixar movie that is purporting to be
Yeah, what the hell is
Well,
it?
that's what I want to talk about.
Yeah.
So, it's purporting, I guess, to be set in the world of Toy Story, and is the inspiration behind the Buzz Lightyear action figure, voiced by Chris Evans in this. Tim Allen, he's nowhere to be found, I guess. I'm not saying that's a sad or thing to mourn.
No,
anyways.
we're good.
But, so, Chris Evans is now taking on the Buzz Lightyear role. You want to call it that? The long tradition of Buzz Lightyear. And so this is like, if you see the trailer for this, it's like taking itself very seriously. It's like trying to be this like...
It's like the Sing 2 trailer, but briefer. And not as fun.
100% less motorcycles, which is not good.
Just like Dune had 100% more bagpipes than we were
expected,
expecting,
yeah.
yes.
So yeah, I'm trying to figure out...
Can we talk about Dune in about 20 minutes to lighten the load
Yeah,
here,
we
to
will.
lighten the year? Yeah,
we will.
Okay.
Again. But so I'm like, I don't even know what this is, because it's like, in the world of Toy Story, we don't get some big origin story for the Buzz Lightyear action figure. It's just like, a spaceman action figure. The biggest thing I have a problem with this was multiple things. For one thing, Pixar as a brand just refuses to give up the Toy Story iconography, characters, cash cow, whatever you want to say. And you could say, well, from the very beginning, it's all been about selling toys, and so, okay, yeah, sure, maybe. But they just absolutely refuse to do anything that seems really that groundbreaking or that new or that different. So they're still tethered to the whole, we got to make, like, Toy Story be a thing. And I remember over and over again, like, hearing some of the big creators at Pixar saying, yeah, we know how Toy Story 3 ended, but we just got this other story we just have to tell. We just have to tell it. We just have to. And that's why we got Toy Story 4, which was okay, was all right.
Yeah,
but
it's just incredibly forgettable.
But say what I can be as cynical as I want about a lot of things. Those first 3 Toy Story movies are, to me, this very beautiful, complete little trilogy. Great, I love all 3 of them. And again, that last one, well, Toy Story, to me, it is the last one, came out at a time where it was like in between my junior and senior years of high school. So I was, me and my generation were quite literally Andy in that movie, like getting ourselves ready to go off. And so Toy Story 4 felt like this totally perfunctory, we're doing it because there was no real reason. And again, it was actually fine enough and had some little wrinkles and new stuff in it. But okay, let's just move on.
But it did give us Sporky, which is one of the most bankrupt, stupid things ever.
Right. So
and then this came along, and it was even worse. So.
But to me, it's like what the whole problem with the trailer is. It's like, it's like Buzz Lightyear's cool. Buzz Lightyear is like, he's a star man waiting in the skies. They have the David Bowie song in there, which is itself a damnable crime. Not against David Bowie, but the fact they would use David Bowie.
I'm so frustrated about that you remember the moment in Planet of the Apes, which I got caught up on all that, by the way.
Oh, good, yeah.
And I've seen it.
So the monkey movies?
But I've only seen it once, but I think I remember that there's a moment in it where, like, they're in the trial in the first movie, and they're like, gag him, and they, like, put that, and he's like, and they, like, put it on. I basically, at that point, about Bowie being used in the, I'm just, I literally have to be restrained.
Well, and again, I'm not just want to put this totally on this movie. Yeah. This is just the thing now. Let's just take pop songs and just, like,
slow them down and screw them up, and, yeah. I want to hear one toke over the line in a movie. Other than a movie we've already done, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, but... I want to hear that in a Pixar movie. Let's make a movie. Let's have Cheech and Chong come back. Mm-hmm. Basically make Sausage Party.
Cheech and Chong go Pixar.
Right. But they it's real like Spot Goes Hollywood kind of situation. It's like get them back, have them like basically get real high, and then you do whatever you want to do. Basically get your most abstract, get Lee Unkrich on it, get him to do the weirdest stuff.
He's left.
Right, but get him to come back because, and just get him to do it, and like get Pete Docter to throw stupid, or not Pete Docter, what's his name, guy that did Cars,
John Lasseter.
John Lasseter, I'm sorry, he's gone too. Sexual harasser, correct? Yes. So get him to come. Just make this the dirtiest, most awful movie. Just like You know, and like just throw all the abstract crap at the wall. Let the cars be around. Let the planes be around. Let's do that and have one toke over the line in the trailer. That's what I want.
I mean, that would make it all worth it, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Anyway.
But the whole idiocy of this to me is that I'm not going to like wax poetically about this too much, but I'm actually a big fan of the Buzz Lightyear character in the context of the Toy Story movies. In the sense of, he's very reminiscent to me of Superman, in the sense of a lot of characters think of him as corny or antiquated, but I find his, earnestness and sincerity very charming in this context of these movies, because you remember in those first few movies that like Woody was always the more cynical, neurotic one, and Buzz was always the one who, obviously in the first movie, he had like an identity crisis of he thought he was this one thing, and then his realization of he's a toy. And though that resolution is finished by the first movie, 2 and 3, he is still deeply a sincere, earnest.
Yeah.
Well, you can't totally remove that from his personality, and I find that to be so endearing and like just very endearing in a lot of ways. And so to say, oh no, the inspiration behind him was cool, and he was just this, this star man. Just that whole archetype to me is just totally a waste. And like, wow, you don't even really get what was made Buzz such a memorable character in those first few Toy Story movies. Yeah. So I don't have much more to say about that other than just looks like an idiotic thing to be doing. But that's what Pixar's in the business of now for the most part.
Yeah.
So
it's stupid.
Yeah.
I felt like I had something more I was going to say about it, and fresh out. So
well, there you go. And we want to start now, introduce a segment within a segment. So we might not do this every week, but anytime we have just this one thing that we just can't get out of our head, film related or TV related, we just wanted to get it out there. So this is a new segment named after friend and hero of the pod, Jim Rome, called Here's What I'm Burning On.
As we begin our look back, here is what I am burning on.
It's weird not to see him regularly on
real
TV
quickly,
anymore.
I want to discuss Jim Rome for a moment.
Yeah.
I know that he kind of
segment.
Yeah.
Within a segment.
Well, and I don't know what all
Within
his like own personal stuff has been. If he has said or done things that are bad, I don't know.
I think he's got a list of some controversies.
Right,
yeah.
I'm sure he does. But I know that the big thing that he kind of got in trouble for was talking bad about the band.
Oh gosh, this whole thing, yeah.
People or whatever on the in college games, and saying nobody cares about that and whatever. I don't remember what all his comments were. Maybe they were worse than that, and he said certain things. I don't remember. But all I have to say is that I was good friends with a lot of people in the band in high school, and all dear love to them.
Yeah.
But I've had discussions with people who will remain nameless. If they're listening, you'll know who you are, and I'm not saying this to be real negative towards you, but I had one of those friends, really went off about him one time, and I was just sitting there thinking, I don't know, I just thought he was kind of a joke because he was a stupid a-hole, but this is not a person who's really into sports, so they didn't really watch him for years and think about what a ridiculous person he is. But I'm just like, I don't know, I find that a really ridiculous thing to get people get mad about, was what he has to say about band in college.
Right.
Like, and frankly, let's just be honest, who really does care about that? Now, will overlapping dialogue be canceled? I don't know, but and it's cool and everything, but it's like, okay, but we're here to play the football game. As someone who is
what
all
is this
about
football game doing in the middle of my band concert,
but that. Yeah, that's and like as somebody who always champions the arts over football or like over sports.
Right.
I love football, but like if it ever is a choice, of course I'm gonna choose the arts. But let's be honest, that and I'm not saying anything against the band. People who do that, do your concert, I get it, but they obviously see that as their premier moment to shine because that's when they've got all these people in one place. I get that, but those people aren't gonna pay attention to that and care anyways. Who aren't going to want to. They're going to work again. I work with middle schoolers. I know how stubborn people can be. Like, okay, and that they will work to not do something if they don't want to, because they're the same as adults. It doesn't get any better, folks. But anyway, got kind of lost on where we were there. But
Jim Rome.
But
we're
anyway,
out there still, I'm sure. I'd say love you, babe. Not exactly.
And no offense, love our band folks. Have a lot of students of mine that are in band. We'll always champion them overall more than our football teams and our other sports teams. But who cares? Get over yourself. Doesn't matter. So, whatever.
Anyways,
it's all a shell game competition anyway, on either side.
Yeah,
it's like you're gonna grow up and you're not, and nobody's gonna care about that. And if they do, they're a loser. So.
There you go.
Anyway, we're mad today, so can't continue on.
Well, both of these are items from you, and I didn't really have anything this week that I'm, quote, burning on, but I will have takes on both of yours anyway.
So this first one's a brief one. We already talked about Home Sweet Home Alone.
Which we will be watching and later talking about.
And I'm sure you'll probably put this clip in here somewhere after I say it. But there's that moment in the trailer where that actor, and let me look his name up real quick because I want to mention him. He was in Jojo Rabbit.
He's the Kevin replacement, basically.
He was the kind of like main friend of the main character. So the main character was Roman Griffin Davis. This actor's name is Archie Yates.
The actor's name. What's his name? Home Sweet Home Alone.
Oh, yes, Archie Yates is the actor's name. Max.
Max. Okay.
Anyway. There's that. By the way, I just happened to look at Home Sweet Home Alone's letterbox.
Yeah.
And it's already really bad. Like, I mean, let's look. Which is stupid because it hasn't come out. It's literally like 2.5.
Yeah, nobody's even seen it.
Nobody has seen the movie.
Does it got a runtime yet?
90 minutes.
Okay.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Anyway, the moment in the trailer where it's like at the very beginning, he's like, they don't even know I'm here.
They don't even know I'm here. They don't even know I'm here.
I don't know. Just the last, 24 hours, I've been thinking about that a lot. And I haven't even seen the trailer in the last 24 hours.
That's very clearly a replacement of Kevin.
Right.
They made my family disappear. I made my family disappear.
Yow! I made my family disappear.
Yow! But, yeah, it's like, you know what's funny about that, though? Is that in the original movie, it was like he felt like, wait, and then of course he goes, oh, I did make my family, but it already in the first moment in that, maybe it's different because they cut around it, but he's already like, they don't even know I'm here. Like, he's already happy about it.
Also, you know I think it's something that make you laugh a little bit, the British accent.
Yes,
of it,
because it's like a little boy.
Yeah.
In America, but he's British, and he's like, they don't even know I'm here. Like, it's just something about that. I don't know. I just think that's hilarious.
Yeah.
It's kind of like when you're up, and we did go to church today, so sorry that we're in a bad mood. It's not, it's not
God's fault.
It's not God, and God forgive us for this episode and many, many reasons that we're even doing this movie is its own sin. But that, it's like when I help do the screen stuff when we do our songs. It's like whenever I'm up there, sometimes I'm like, I look down and I'm like, they don't even know I'm here. Like, because like people are like, where's Levi at? And it's like, oh, he's up there today. Yeah. Anyway, that's all I'd say about that one. I'm thinking about that.
Yeah.
That's what
I think there's a little bit more to talk about with this. Yeah. Let's just say this. You haven't even technically seen the whole movie. I've seen it once years ago and actually was quite taken with it and need to see it again. Scene from As Good as It Gets. I'm going to drop some clips of here.
Yeah.
How, she wondered, could she find such hope in the most shameful part of her? At last, she was able to define love. Love was...
Mr. Udall, I'd like to speak to you, please.
Let me do this by myself. Love was...
Are you in there?
Son of a bitch! Pansy-ass stool pusher. Yes!
Maybe this can wait. I found Verdell, Mr. Udall.
Well, that's a load off.
Uh-huh. Did you do something to him?
Do you realize that I work at home?
No, I wasn't aware.
Do you like to be interrupted when you were nancing around in your little garden?
No. I actually will turn the ringer off of my phone and sometimes put a piece of cardboard.
Well, I work all the time. So never interrupt me, okay? Not if there's a fire. Not even if you hear the sound of a thud from my home, and 1 week later, there's a smell coming from there that can only be a decaying human body. And you have to hold a hanky to your face because the stench is so thick that you think you're gonna faint. Even then, don't come knocking. Or if it's election night and you're excited and you want to celebrate because some fudge packer that you date has been elected the first queer president of the United States, and he's going to have you down to Camp David, and you want someone to share the moment with, even then, don't knock. Not on this door. Not for any reason. Do you get me, sweetheart?
Yes. It's not a subtle point that you're making.
Okay, then.
So the theory of confrontations is now think twice before messing with me.
So obviously, in as good as it gets, Nicholson is like this romance writer.
He's like has OCD.
He's OCD. And he's like real anal retentive about like everything.
Yeah.
And so him like flipping out when he's having somebody knock at his door is funny enough. Just the level of anger on his part, just like and
I mean, I haven't even seen the movie, but I've heard about the scene and seen parts from it. But I've just been watching it over and over. And like, first of all, let me say it's bad. I mean, it's clearly horrible in the movie. I mean, this is a guy who like is clearly insane.
Yeah.
But and a lot of the comedy of the scene is making fun of the fact that Greg Kinnear's character is gay and he's very homophobic. But more than anything, for me, it's just the line delivery from Nicholson, just like never interrupt me. Okay, like and the way he has the glasses in his hand, he's like moving his hand, and he's like, But yeah, now my favorite whole section is where he's like, even if you hear a thud from my home, and 1 week later, he's like, you smell a smell coming from there that can only be the smell of a decaying human body.
Yeah.
And he says something like, and you have to hold a hanky to your nose because the stench is so thick you think you're gonna faint. And then what's funny is like he uses that, and it's a very like realistic moment where then he's like, or it's election night. I love it. It's like the severity. I think the severity on the first one was worse.
Yeah, right.
Where he's like, I'm dead. And then he jumps to like, oh, one of your gay pals has been elected the first queer president of the United States or whatever. He's like, and he's going to have you down to Camp David. And you want someone to share the moment with. But don't knock. Not on this door.
It should be said that was the last movie Nicholson won an Academy Award for. And there's like I'm going to drop this one whole clip of Robin Williams talking about seeing him after him having won.
When I won my Academy Award, he was there. He won. This was his third Academy Award. We're standing backstage because they're just about to take you to the press conference. And he goes, you know, Robbo, now I have one for every decade. You bastard.
Because Williams had won that year Best Supporting Actor for Good Will Hunting.
Yeah.
And as he says in that clip, as he does his impression of him, well, Robbo, I got 3, one for every decade. And just like, and what he says after that. But, because, Nicholson, he had won for Cuckoo's Nest in the 80s. Oh, Terms of Endearment, and then a supporting actor.
Yeah.
And then
actor
as good as
that.
it gets.
Yeah.
And you know what strikes me, though, in general about that movie, and I'd like to see it again, that's a very kind of Nicholson-esque character in a very un-Nicholson-esque movie. It's like a little bit more of a rom-com. And Nicholson had done some of those before. But, I really delighted in some of those late career turns from him of doing a movie like that and a character like that.
Yeah.
But...
and I mean...
And then, by the way, Cuba Gooding Jr.,
right,
in the background
then I was
going
to talk about the scene totally changes after that. Because people love to just watch that first part of the scene and move on. But, like, the whole scene changes where literally he knocks on the door again and he's like, now I'm pissed, or whatever, and, like, goes. And Cuba Gooding literally drags him out of and throws him into the hallway. And Nicholson just, like, totally changes his performance, and he's screaming, like, help me, and, like, jumping around. And Cuba Gooding's like, I'm in love with this guy, and, like, you need to treat him better, or whatever. And then he's like, I hate doing this. I'm an art dealer or whatever, and like leaves. But yeah, it's just like such a weird scene. Everything about it's just like, and I love that it's like probably in the middle of the movie. I have no clue about what the whole context of the scene is, but it's just like totally freaking out, crazy, ridiculous. Like, yeah. But anyway, that's why I've been burning on.
Yeah. So well, there you go. I'll very likely have something myself more next week, but I guess we're gonna dive into this a little quicker than we normally do.
Yeah, let's just get
we
through this.
So, A Clockwork Orange.
Oh yeah,
Stanley Kubrick, 1971. It was in late 71, going into early 72 when this filmer was released. So Levi, run through.
It's a just all right. You ready?
Yep.
Okay. A Clockwork Orange is a 1971 dystopian crime film adapted, produced, and directed by Stanley Kubrick, based on Anthony Burgess's 1962 novel of the same name. It employs disturbing violent images to comment on psychiatry, juvenile delinquency, youth gangs, and other social, political, and economic subjects in a dystopian near-future Britain. Alex, the central character, is a charismatic, antisocial delinquent whose interests include classical music, especially Beethoven, committing rape, theft, and which is termed ultraviolence. He leads a small gang of thugs, Pete, Georgie, and Dim, who he calls his droogs. The film chronicles the horrific crime spree of his gang, his capture, and attempted rehabilitation via an experimental psychological conditioning technique, the Ludovico technique, promoted by the Minister of the Interior. Alex narrates most of the film in Nadsat, a fractured anarchistic slang composed of Slavic languages, English, and Cockney rhyming slang. So, wow, a lot there. All right, we want to go through the cast.
Yeah, well, first of all, let's look at the box office. Okay. I'm curious what it was.
The budget was $1.3 million. It made $114.
So very profitable.
Yeah.
And again, Stanley. Well, another thing I want to say too about if we're looking at the crew, that Kubrick wrote this on his own, a solo writing credit. Should be said, his first two movies before this, or not his first two movies total, but the two movies before this he did. Doctor Strangelove or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb and 2001 A Space Odyssey were both co-written with others.
Yeah.
Terry Southern for Doctor Strangelove and Arthur C. Clarke for 2001. This actually just occurred to me. I think maybe one of the possible problems of this movie was that there was no one else there for the screenwriting aspect. And we're going to talk about this. Stanley Kubrick, one of, if not the greatest filmmakers of all time, okay? Not necessarily always the best writer of all time. I mean, for his directorial sense, he was as sharp as anyone that's ever existed. But as a writer, most of his best films were co-written with someone else. Now, there were some later ones that he was the only writer on that totally owed to him.
That's what I was going to look about. I have trouble with this sometimes. Hang on, there we go.
Yeah.
All right, getting a new tab on a daggum MacBook is like finding daggum oil. Anyway, hang on. I wanted to look about no.
What was filmography?
Yeah, hang on, I'll get there. Anyway,
but I do think that this movie may have been improved had, there been another writer there.
Yeah.
As you said earlier, it was based on Anthony
Barry
Burgess's.
Lyndon. So, yes, Barry Lyndon, he did write on his own.
Yeah.
And then
adapting William Thackeray.
Right. And then The Shining, he wrote with Diane Johnson. Full Metal Jacket, he wrote with himself. He wrote it with himself.
Michael Herr, who's a famous Vietnam writer.
And then Gustav Hosford, based kind of on that novel, The Short Timers, that he also wrote.
Yeah. Herr wrote a lot of the dialogue, I know, for...
And then Eyes Wide Shut was Kubrick and Frederick Raphael.
Yeah.
So, anyway, that was an adaptation. So he usually always adapted things, anyway.
Yeah.
Pretty much all the time. So,
yeah.
Anyway.
So, yeah, we can go through the cast here.
So, hang on. I look, themes, morality.
Psychology.
As a whole theme.
Yeah.
Okay. Malcolm McDowell as Alex DeLarge. What does there even say about me? I'll go ahead and be out there in front. I'm not that big of a fan of Malcolm McDowell. I've never really been that crazy about him. I find him to be an interesting, but even outside of this movie, ultimately very perverse presence in movies that I don't really understand.
Well,
So-
neither of us have still seen If,
Yeah.
which was a big movie I think he did before this. It's one of the reasons I think he got this part. The movie was big back in the day as far as solidifying him. I wouldn't say I really like or dislike him. He is a guy who has existed. I don't know what else to say about it than that. I actually really like his voice for Metallo on Superman the Animated Series. I actually always remember that. We oftentimes quote from and talk about him in the Rob Zombie Halloween movies.
Yeah.
He's the new Loomis in those. There's a particularly memorable scene of him in that we'd like to draw attention to here.
Let me make things nice and sparkling clear. Michael Myers is fucking dead. Now, do you brain-dead gossip mongers want me to spell it out for you? D-E-A-D.
I love it. Let me make this perfectly clear,
Yeah.
just in case you do not
Michael
know.
Myers is
blanking dead.
Yeah.
Have you heard about the whole experience of making this movie much with McDowell
Yeah,
and Kubrick?
it was like an issue, and I know that he had to do basically that he got put through so much to make the movie. One of the biggest things people talk about is obviously the aversion therapy scene where they had real metal in his eyes.
That actually scratches corneas,
right.
I think.
And that he did all this stuff, and that he later said that Kubrick then didn't want anything to do with him after the movie, and basically
he says, and he's very not sure what to say about all this.
Yeah.
He's talked about over the years his experience making this movie, and that again, as you were hinting at, that actually when they were making it, him and Kubrick fostered there's another clip I'm not going to find for this, but of him fostering this deep friendship with Kubrick, and him thinking that they were, once this ended, they were going to stay in touch and be good friends. And then immediately after this movie was over, he just kind of cut him off and never really spoke to him again. And there's a really good clip I want to drop here of him talking about his whole perceptions of Kubrick as an artist.
Genius? No. No. Michelangelo's a genius. John Ford is a genius, perhaps. Stanley, I think what stops him from being a genius, for me, is this lack of humanity. It's this withdrawing, this brilliant, yes. Extraordinary, yes. I mean, one of the greats, yes, yes. All that. But I think at the end of the day, they say, well, what was he like as a man? What was he like as a human being? I think that's probably the test that he doesn't do well at.
Very strong words from McDowell in that.
We'll talk about Kubrick in a few moments. And honestly, I'm looking through this cast, and it's like people who were only in this movie.
Yeah.
So there's no real point to go through it. The only other person that I really recognize, two people, is his father in the movie, Philip Stone as Dad.
Yeah.
Plays
Grady.
Grady. I was about to say McCready.
Yeah.
Grady in The Shining. Also, David Prowse makes an appearance.
Very famously was in the suit for Darth Vader.
Yeah. But yeah, and there's a lot of people in this movie that give it their all and bear it all in a lot of ways. And so I'm not saying that to discount them, but we're just not going to go through the rest of these because, and we can talk about them individually as we go. But yeah, do we have any more we want to say about McDowell?
Well, just that he also participated in the Stanley Kubrick A Life in Pictures documentary, which is required viewing for any Kubrick fans. Really good. Goes through all this stuff. And he talks that, during the making of the movie, sometimes he loved him and sometimes he hated him, and it was just this whirlwind of a relationship that deep down he always felt hurt by the fact that Kubrick never wanted anything to do with him after this. There's a whole coldness you can talk about with Kubrick and actors in general, his relationship to actors. Which we can actually just go ahead and dive into right now. Stanley Kubrick. I mean, where do you begin? It should be said this is our first Stanley Kubrick film. Foundational to both of us, I think, for getting into film. I mean, when you're kind of an early teenager, and you're like, okay, film, cinema, what are some examples of people like? he's one of those handful of names. It's like him and Hitchcock and other ones that you grew up watching some of anyways, like Steven Spielberg. For you, what does Stanley Kubrick mean? And what does his, quote, brand mean? And, like, how does it fit into what your whole conception of cinema is, both when you were getting into movies and then also even now, years later?
Well, I'll be honest, maybe it's the mood I'm in today and thinking about this movie. I still love Kubrick, but over the last few years, kind of silently, I've been kind of more disinterested in him. It's also because I don't say this to be like, oh, look, I've been there, done that, seen the movies, I've done it all, and I'm kind of like, okay, moving on to other things. His movies meant everything to me when I was in 7th grade, specifically. I remember, which is way too young to be watching all these movies, but, whatever. I'd seen, I guess, Dr. Strangelove would have been the first film of his I'd seen. Still my favorite from him.
That's my favorite as well.
And, of course, 2001, I think, is truly, that's the second best film ever made. It truly is
way up
something
there for me,
else,
too, in that regard.
That I think still retains that. I got to see that in IMAX, and that was one of the great experiences ever,
Yeah.
And seeing a lot of his other movies are great, too. The Shining, obviously, basically our collective favorite horror film.
Yes.
Eyes Wide Shut, I'm quite enamored with. That's a movie that every time I show to people, everyone loves it.
Yeah.
Which is surprising because that's a movie that is so explicit and
not just literally explicit.
Yeah.
What it is talking about is very uncomfortable, tough to hear and watch stuff.
Which is surprising to me that I like the movie as much as I do because that it is that.
Yeah.
But I think that what works, though, about a lot of his movies, for me, my kind of top so many, other than stuff like The Killing, which is kind of just a really great, film noir.
Yeah.
A lot of those movies, though, it's a weird thing to say, have the excuse to be removed and be kind of
clinical.
With Dr. Strangelove, it's a satire.
Yeah.
It's very much against everything in a lot of ways. It makes sense why such a movie would be the way it is. 2001 is so heady and big and...
it's about the nature of life in the universe and humanity's existence in the universe and it transcending it in of itself.
Yes, and so that makes sense. The Shining is a horror movie, so it can feel... It is fine to feel
It's a puzzle
isolating.
that can't be solved kind of thing, yeah.
Eyes Wide Shut is a movie that I don't feel necessarily has the humanity that it even always maybe requires, but it's very dreamlike. It's about things that are already so strange, and I mean, Cruise and Kidman are so great in the movie. I think they elevate the material, especially Cruise, because Kidman's barely in the movie. She's not in a whole lot of it, but Cruise, I think, is truly, really quite great. And what's great about that movie is obviously it's replicating kind of dream logic of like, well, did the things that I saw happen? He goes back to all these places he went to. The people aren't there. They've disappeared. Yeah. There's all these differences.
Yeah.
So that's a movie that works in itself.
And acts in and of itself acts as an analogy or a metaphor for marriage or love in general.
Yes.
And like it's taking, metaphorical things that happen in a marriage and literally blowing them out into kind of these fully fleshed out myths almost in some ways,
But his other movies that are some of my lesser favorites, this being one of them.
Well, let me just also say, Barry Lyndon, what do you...
Well, and that's what I was going to come to. I think that movie's incredibly well made. Yeah. I'd give it 5 stars, maybe 4.5. I'm just not all that interested in what it is, though. Now, that's a boring movie made by a bored filmmaker. He had wanted to make his Napoleon movie around that time.
Yeah.
He was unable to do that because Waterloo was such a disaster.
Yeah.
He had come off of a movie like A Clockwork Orange, which is so high... Well, it's weird, because it is very high-octane, but it's also very boring. And we'll talk about that. We're going to have to sit through it here in a few moments.
But the style of it is like him trying to match the histrionics of the moment in terms of the insanity, Barry Lyndon's very much a I'm going to do something much more formalist, much more
like a painting.
Like a painting, yeah,
I mean, and it's a movie that he got, lenses from NASA to make. I mean, so it's very much a technical exercise that I think even he seemed to have been disinterested in some ways. That doesn't make the movie not great, and I'll talk about other things about the movie later that also goes along with this that make me kind of about it. But I've honestly only ever seen that movie about 2 times all the way through, and I feel like the next time I see it, maybe it'll really get me.
I wouldn't disagree really with anything you say about Barry Lyndon, but I actually quite love it, and I think it is one of his movies and the humanity, to the extent at which it exists in his films, is a muted humanity. And I do feel like there's
more in that movie.
To that one.
There is more in that movie than other films of his. I have no problem with Barry Lyndon. I think it's quite good. It's not just one of his movies I think about all that often.
Sure.
Which is interesting for how long it is.
Right.
But as far and I actually quite like Full Metal Jacket. I know that's not a movie you're as crazy about.
I like it fine enough, but it's not one I
find that movie
much.
To be. It's very on the surface, and yet people still don't get it.
Well, I know, his 2 big war movies he made, Paths to Glory,
I think that's
in the late
great.
50s.
Yeah.
That's an amazing movie. I think probably his earliest great movie.
Yeah, I think that's one of his best. It's up there.
And Full Metal Jacket. And I think putting them side by side is fascinating because one's set during World War I, one, of course, in Vietnam. And I know that, I don't know if he said this, somebody else said this, I think, that any war movie should inherently be an anti-war movie, because if it's not, that it's just purely engaging in war and saying, war, who cares, wars or whatever. Paths of Glory is very clearly an anti-war film. I know he famously said that when he was making Full Metal Jacket, that he said, I've already made my anti-war movie, so to speak. I want to look at war more as an overall phenomenon, what war is. And I think inherently he would have been against the Vietnam War. He was against what's going on in the movie. But I do feel like that movie, again, he was such a great filmmaker and such a dangerous filmmaker in his own way. And his cinema is oftentimes, for all its technical coldness, at the same time so intoxicating that by not making explicit statements that this is wrong or this is immoral or this is unjust, it almost feels like a celebration of it because of how engaging his filmmaking is. And I do feel as though sometimes Full Metal Jacket falls into that trap, though still a good movie. And I think an interesting counterpoint for an older filmmaker at that time to make a movie that feels that youthful and that exuberant. I think that in of itself was an interesting accomplishment for him to have.
I like Full Metal Jacket. I agree. I do feel like there are definitive moments in the movie. I mean, one of the kind of big moments in the movie, of course, at the beginning, when Vincent D'Onofrio kills
R. Lee Ermey
and then himself.
That is very dark and feels very, look at what this system is doing to these people.
And that there's this kind of sound cue of this weird kind of musical cue of it almost sounds like water dripping or something. At the very end of the movie, when that Vietnamese girl gets shot and they're standing over her, and Matthew Modine is standing there basically deciding of whether they're going to kill her or not, that same music is playing. And I feel like the movie is making a definitive statement of asking, what's the difference in what you're doing, and you have become a kid. I mean, literally, the poster, Born to Kill, on his helmet, and then a peace sign on his, And
the Joker, and the idea that he's living in both of these things, and that he of itself is a bastardization of what the military does to the individual, so to speak.
And so I feel like that movie is saying some definitive things. I'm far more interested in, not even the second half, the 2/3 of the movie that isn't the
boot camp
stuff. I've also heard people tell me before, a drill sergeant wouldn't really talk like that, blah blah blah, and I'm like, why? What? I don't understand why that would be unbelievable. But
R. Lee Ermey was one of the few actors he ever let improvise their own dialogue.
Yeah, and he was a drill sergeant.
And he was a drill sergeant during that era. So I don't know.
I've heard people say, So, but anyway, that movie I have liked more over the years and actually have appreciated more than this film, obviously. But so this movie and Lolita.
Yeah.
Lolita in particular, I really loathe that movie. I don't find that movie to be interesting in any way. Don't care for it. Don't get it. And even more confusing, Peter Sellers' performance that doesn't make any sense. There's nothing about that movie I like.
I've only seen it once myself.
So
and would like to see it again. Actually,
it's a movie that, and we haven't seen Spartacus. That's another movie we've yet to see. But particularly Lolita is a particular thorn in my side that I don't actually think all that much about, but I really don't.
In of itself was a huge controversy when it also came out. Yeah.
But so in that way, Kubrick
and another adaptation should be said.
Kubrick stands at a very particularly weird place for me at this point. Part of this, in a way, is related to the fact that I've seen some Tarkovsky movies.
You think what relationship do you think they share with each other?
Well, I think that Kubrick is better, and I like Kubrick's films more. But they always get compared in a lot of ways.
I guess
between people,
the era they were, how formalist they both were, and exacting, and both have been accused of not being, or more colder filmmakers, I guess.
But I feel though that Tarkovsky, of the few films I've seen, is definitively a humanist filmmaker. Now, whether or not that comes across from a Russian perspective to an American perspective, I don't know.
Yeah.
Always. I think his movie Mirror is really great. I think that's his best movie that I've seen. And I've seen, I guess, Ivan's Childhood, Andrei Rublev, Solaris, and Mirror. Or The Mirror, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
I can't remember. I think it's got different names. But anyway, and his movies, even when they don't succeed in what they want to be, always, and he's made some, he's not made a movie below 4. I think it goes as far as those movies in order. I just listed 4, 5, 4.5, 5. They're all pretty great movies. But they can sometimes be kind of cold and removed. But, especially a movie like Mirror, I think is very much attempting is very poetic and is saying I want to look at the relationship between a mother and a son and a man, because the whole movie's very weird. It's very opaque of it's basically supposed to be a man on his deathbed having all these memories of his life and about his mother and his family and just different things that have kind of happened to him. And it's but even explaining it in that way makes it sound more straightforward than it is. It's like poetry. It sort of rhymes, It's very much like a poetry as cinema. It really is. Poetic cinema, he said in that meme.
Yeah.
But
it's hilarious, by the way, that somebody as serious as Tarkovsky would be memeified in any ways.
Right, but and even a movie like Andrei Rublev, which is a big, long biography of the iconic painter, literally of painted icons of Christianity.
Yeah.
Even that feels like, okay, it's real, and even though that's very on the surface about the artist, and he can't paint what he wants to paint, and he made that in a lot of ways about the Soviet film system and how he wanted to get out of that. Because the last so many movies he made were made in out of Russia. He didn't make movies there anymore because he left.
Right.
But even that, and that's very much, I feel like, has a lot of human elements. Even a movie like Solaris, which is very much a heady science fiction movie, is very much about grief and loss and trying to replicate humanity and what that means. It's like Frankenstein in certain ways of the inhumanity of inhumanity and trying and you can't match humanity with a carbon copy. Even in those ways, I think that Tarkovsky is far more of a humanist filmmaker than Kubrick. So if in that sense, I think he wins out, even though I'm not his movies aren't as memorable, they don't stick in the mind with me as much. That's also because I've only seen them once.
Certainly, a certain obvious advantage Kubrick has built in is here in America, his films have been really permeated popular culture in a way that Tarkovsky movies couldn't.
But yes, so I think that overall Kubrick is a better filmmaker, and Kubrick has made a handful of 5-star movies that truly are.
If you're looking at whatever quote genres they exist in, or if not the best, among the best of their quote, respective genres.
But so I guess that's where I'm at on Kubrick. That's a kind of long form answer, but that his movies really, that along with many other things, but particularly the Sergio Leone westerns. I remember those.
Hitchcock.
These, and I had watched Hitchcock been a Hitchcock fan for a few years before, but that was when I really was like, I want to get more into serious cinema, and Kubrick was that first place for that, other than kind of Scorsese along the same lines, but even he's a little more playful, not as formalist as Kubrick.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all well said. I think this might go all over the place myself, my thoughts on Kubrick, because they're very dense in many ways. I think in many ways Stanley Kubrick is patient zero for what we talk about when we talk about, quote, auteurism, which in many years has become a recent slur or something not to hold up as high regard. Because for so long, Kubrick had kind of inherited the mantle from Hitchcock in terms of, most cinema goers, they don't, quote, know the director, they don't associate their name. But every few generations, there is one of those names that pops, and your average public is going to be a little bit more aware of who they are. Hitchcock held that for a great many years. I think Kubrick kind of inherited that from Hitchcock in the early 60s. After Hitchcock's career didn't necessarily go downhill because he made some still great movies. Who knows? We may talk about one of them next week.
Yeah.
But, coming after Psycho, The Birds, that was right when Kubrick's career, say what you will about Lolita, but that was one of those really wildly talked about movies, even Spartacus a little bit before that. But then like that that run from Lolita to really this, you got again Lolita, Dr. Strangelove, 2001, this. All of those movies were humongous conversation pieces when they come out. And obviously Barry Lyndon was a little bit not as much. It didn't do quite as good a business, even though it was okay box office wise. But all of those movies permeated the culture in a way that any director now, then, beforehand would be so envious of the fact that they had that grip on the culture.
Yeah.
And even to watch his trailers, like the Doctor Strangelove trailer, it feels like you're literally watching history happen before your eyes in terms of how a movie is being marketed.
Coca-Cola machine. in the trailer.
Yeah,
I
and
laugh
so
about that
Kubrick is still truly one of my favorite filmmakers. But again, it kind of goes to some of the things you're saying as well. The conversations that have been had about him, and there's been I think an attempt in recent decades, ever since his passing, to quote take him down a peg, because really from The Shining onward, from Shining in 1980 all the way to Eyes Wide Shut when he died in 99, he only made 2 movies after that over the course of nearly 20 years. Because before that, he was having these movies that came out every few years or every other year almost. And then the spaces happened in between where he took longer to make them. And I think that added an even more of an aura and mystery surrounding him and his career and his movies. That, I always put myself in the shoes of thinking of Scorsese. I've heard talk about this, that the mystery of he had made a movie in 7 years between The Shining and then what Full Metal Jacket was, the mystery of what could this be. And I think that's something that he naturally was a patient artist and he didn't want to rush something, but I can't help but think to some extent he was buying into his own mythology at the same time as well with who he was. And so, again, he's one of the most picked apart and discussed filmmakers in the history of the medium. I mean, all of his movies have monographs based on kind of what they are and what importances they have, and the technical precision in all of his movies that's been so fussed over, and he's the one perfect shotification of so many of his movies. And all that does speak to a certain thing that you mentioned earlier, a certain coldness that people think of with him. And I think sometimes that can be overemphasized, and other times I think it's right on the money in terms of he very much played with his own sense of humanity. And many of his movies are in many ways about the stripping of humanity from the people. This movie's about that. The Shining is about that. Full Metal Jacket's about that. I think in a weird way, Eyes Wide Shut, while that's such a late career masterpiece and possibly the best thing he could have done to, quote, ended his career on that note, is actually about people trying to restore their humanity over the course of that narrative. Again, it is something that, some people do not respond to his movies, and I can understand why. I think for me, they were just so influential. They were some of the first movies that I remember watching where the style was so in the forefront, you couldn't help but notice the cuts, the way the music was edited. He's arguably maybe one of the greatest directors in his use of music over the course of his whole career. Even when you don't quite like what he's doing, the memorability of it and the fact that you really remember how music is paired with images. I can think of only a handful of directors who would maybe rival him in that regard.
Even in the sense of we're not really fans of the Rolling Stones song "Paint It Black," but I think that's one of the, by far the best use that song will ever get is the ending of Full Metal Jacket. And it, of course, "Bird is the Word" in that movie.
That's
and a lot of that's also
a
lot of that is also owed to Vivian Kubrick,
his daughter.
That she kind of chose a lot of that music. Who I was only feet away from once.
No, you saw the screen of The Shining.
When I saw The Shining.
Yeah. Another thing too I want to talk about is and this has been widely talked about, but I think it should be mentioned, and I want to say some things about it. The abuse of many of the people who worked under him.
Yeah.
Now, as of we've never heard any real instances of, say, sexual abuse or harassment. Let me just get that out of the way.
That we know of.
But the most memorable one that everybody points to, and one that frankly makes me angry to think about, is Shelley Duvall in The Shining. You can go back and watch a lot of clips and footage, and it's honestly hard to watch, of documentary stuff that was made for that movie, of the way he talks and treats Shelley Duvall. Now, from Kubrick's perspective, it was always about, and he also had that whole reputation for doing a bunch of takes as well, that he because if you heard the story that Harvey Keitel was originally the Sidney Pollack role in Eyes Wide Shut, and he had him keep walking over, he was shooting a few scenes of opening the door, do it again, and Harvey Keitel finally flipped out and was like, what do you want me to do? I'm going over here opening the door, what do you want from me? And eventually walked off the movie in a fit, and I wouldn't say I wouldn't be in the same place either. I'm not saying he did the wrong thing.
One of the funniest stories ever is that when he was making Paths of Glory, I can't remember that actor's name, but it was one of the older actors in it, and he kept asking him to do the same scene over and over, and he flipped out, the actor, and was like, I cannot believe you are so unprofessional, blah blah. And Kubrick just watched him and he said, yeah, but let's just do one more take though. Which I respect in a way of just how craven you have to be to be like, no, but
but really though, do the thing,
but do it.
Yeah.
But anyway,
so there's some funny stories of that, but a lot of the stuff with Shelley Duvall, frankly, agitates me.
Yeah, no,
and
it's awful.
Does that take anything away from her performance or The Shining as a, quote, film that exists? I don't think so. But it is one of those things of, is that what it took really to get that performance? He would say, I'm trying to get her in this mindset. And he's not even said this. He was not challenged at all. He was at this at all. He was so removed, he didn't do really hardly any interviews.
Yeah.
So this wasn't even something that he would have had comments about at the time. But he would say, well, I was trying to get her in the mood of what that was like for her character to be in that mindset. That's why you hire actors to get to that place. Why do you have to torture someone to, quote, get to that place? And
then Jack Nicholson, who I love, one of my favorite actors, was just allowed to just run riot on set and do whatever he wanted to do.
And I love Jack Nicholson. He also didn't challenge him and say, hey, why are you treating her this way?
Yeah.
And, he could have said something there, So that's just frankly disgusting and immoral that he did that to get that performance.
It is.
And again, this is coming from Shelley Duvall. And that's a thing that has kind of, I won't say ruined her life, but that ever since that has gave her a lot of post-traumatic stress from that experience.
Definitively, she's been out and open about that.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And she's coming off working with Robert Altman, so she has a certain distinct style in which she's used to working. Altman was all very much more improvisatory. It was about trying to find the movie and the characters as they were making it. We've talked at length about Altman already on this podcast. We're huge fans of him as well. And so she's used to basically sets that are a fun place to be, frankly. And it doesn't seem as though The Shining was that. Now, is that the goal of making a movie, to have a, quote, fun set? I don't necessarily think it's that, but you shouldn't have a set either that traumatizes and antagonizes people. That's frankly disgusting. And again, I hold Kubrick in high regard. That's something that I'll be always, that was not a good way to treat somebody. And again, Malcolm McDowell's stories of shooting this as well. What he had to go through, injuring his eyes to make this, was that worth what this movie is? I don't think so, you know. So again, Kubrick is a very complicated figure. I think his films have and will continue to stand the test of time in a variety of ways. And again, in a certain extent, his whole career represents the evolution of the American auteur and the American film director, of it reaching arguably its cultural apex during his tenure of when he was in Hollywood. And again, one thing I always do respect about him is that sense of air of mystery and his remove from what the, quote, trends of the time were. This is probably his most, quote, trendy movie in terms of it trying to play a little bit more into the zeitgeist than I think some of his other movies did. Although I think it's this 3-film run of Strangelove, 2001, and this that were the most, quote, in the culture in terms of responding to the culture in that way. But Kubrick, a lot to say about him. Also, now neither of us have read the Anthony Burgess novel, but you were reading about what the Burgess's own thoughts on it are. How does it sound as though Burgess's vision of this in his book was translated into Kubrick's version cinematically?
Well, it's complicated. I'll first start with the fact that he was inspired to write this novel by the fact that he was in World War II in Gibraltar, I believe, is where he was stationed, and his wife was back home in England, and that she had been raped by some drunk American servicemen, and she was pregnant at the time, and that she miscarried. And that was one of the major inspirations for writing this novel, among other kind of problems of juvenile delinquency in the 50s and 60s. And
there was an increase in that.
Right. And I know we've talked about it in the past that sometimes we look back at those things as a knee-jerk negative reaction to certain things. But, I mean, you see a constant representation of that in the media at the time, though, that you can only imagine how bad it truly was in certain ways, you know. And that his kind of idea of the story was that it was a more socialist government rather than a more fascist government. And some people be like, "What's the difference?" or whatever. It's like, whatever. I'm not even gonna, reply to that. But that ultimately, his whole story was more, and I feel like what the movie sort of is, was more critical of behaviorism and kind of championing the concept of free will. And some people would see that as a kind of anarchy, like what the movie gets. But I haven't read the book, so I don't know. But I think what he meant more by that, he was more of a Christian writer of sorts, actually, and that he was more looking at it as society itself is taking people not only in the sense of their religion, but their beauty as human beings, and kind of running that into the ground. That's kind of like what the oxymoron of A Clockwork Orange means, of like an orange being a beautiful thing and clockwork being a mechanical thing, and that it going together. Because that's something I never understood about this movie, is what that means, and that he, I think, came up with the phrase, although he claims to have heard it elsewhere, and some people think he just made it up anyway. But anyways, so his movie seemed to be, or his book rather, and story seemed to be more humanist in that way. Also, there's the whole controversy that the final chapter of the novel wasn't published in America. And that chapter, that kind of missing chapter, showed that Alex actually just over time matured, just getting older, and kind of got out of his attitudes and terrible habits, and that he just finally realized, okay, well, I'm just going to be a better person. Just because he just got older, and that this movie didn't want to champion that idea. He didn't like this movie, certainly, but he even went back to say that he regretted writing the book, that he felt like he didn't even totally get what he was trying to say, and that he kind of maybe wasn't proud of what he had written, and that he wrote it.
Even it served as inspiration for this.
Yes, right, and that he wrote it in only 3 weeks too, and kind of did it really quickly. And it's already a novella anyway, so it's really so. He said, he regretted that was the book and piece of art he was most associated with, that he had done other things he thought were more interesting. He even went so far as to say he was more of a musically minded person and that he wanted to be known more as a musician than an author. So he just seemed to have been very regretful of this entire endeavor that he has become known for.
I actually feel sad for him for that. Yeah.
So there you go. But we haven't read it, but for me it seems like the movie was more of a reflection of a time period that he found troubling, that he found a lot of things to be very serious about and that had been affected about on a personal level, and that was more championing free will in the sense of that people should be able to, have a freedom of thought and expression, but not that they be violent either. Because the movie doesn't really do that. The movie kind of says, well, society's made him that way, so why shouldn't he be, and why should society come back and say you can't be this thing that we are ultimately making you to be, and it's more championing those things, or at least that's the way it seems.
Right.
And that Kubrick isn't definitively saying that these things are bad. So,
well, isn't there also even still some genuine confusion as to whether or not Kubrick
read that? Yes, there's some confusion over whether he read that or not. I would find it hard to believe that somebody of his intellect would not have known that there was an extra chapter.
Well, also, he lived in England.
Right.
At the...
Yes.
But
he can, I read it before. No, I don't believe that. I think he read it and just didn't want to do it. But that's just my opinion.
Well, he very famously, we've talked about this, I think, in the past on the podcast, was cavalier in his adaptation of Stephen King's The Shining as well, so it didn't mean anything for him to change someone else's.
Well, and it says Kubrick
work.
based the script on the shortened U.S. edition of the book, which omitted the final chapter.
Okay.
He said Kubrick wrote. I'm going to read some of what this says. I'll just read this whole thing about adaptation, and then I'll read about novelist response. Just even though we already talked about that. The cinematic adaptation of Clockwork Orange was not initially planned. Screenplay writer Terry Southern gave Kubrick a copy of the novel, but as he was developing a Napoleon Bonaparte-related project, which of course didn't happen, Kubrick put it aside. Kubrick's wife, in an interview, stated she then gave him the novel after having read it. It had an immediate impact. Of his enthusiasm for it, Kubrick said, "I was excited about everything about it, the plot, the ideas, the characters, and of course the language. The story functions, of course, on several levels, political, sociological, philosophical, and, what's most important, on a dreamlike psychological symbolic level." Kubrick wrote a screenplay faithful to the novel, saying, "I think whatever Burgess had to say about the story was said in the book, but I did invent a few useful narrative ideas and reshape some of the scenes." Kubrick based the script on the shortened U.S. edition of the book, which omitted the final chapter. Then what Burgess said. Burgess had mixed feelings about the film adaptation of his novel, publicly saying he loved Malcolm McDowell and Michael Bates and the use of the music. He praised it as brilliant, even so brilliant that it might be dangerous. Despite his enthusiasm, he was concerned that it lacked the novel's redemptive final chapter, an absence he blamed upon his American publisher and not Kubrick. All U.S. editions of the novel prior to 1986 omitted the final chapter. Kubrick himself called the missing chapter of the book an extra chapter and claimed that he had not read the original version until he had virtually finished the screenplay, and that he had never given serious consideration to using it. In Kubrick's opinion, as in the opinion of other readers, including the original American editor, the final chapter was unconvincing and inconsistent with the book. So he made a definitive decision to not do that.
So he had read it and said no.
So, anyway, reading on here. Burgess reports in his autobiography, You've Had Your Time, that he and Kubrick at first enjoyed a good relationship, each holding similar philosophical and political views, and each very interested in literature, cinema, music, and Napoleon Bonaparte. Burgess's novel, Napoleon Symphony, was dedicated to Kubrick. The relationship soured when Kubrick left Burgess to defend the film from accusations of glorifying violence. A lapsed Catholic, Burgess tried many times to explain the Christian moral points of the story to outrage Christian organizations and to defend it against newspaper accusations that it supported fascist dogma. He also went to receive awards given to Kubrick on his behalf. He was in no way involved in the production of the film. The only profit he made directly from the film was the initial $500 that was given to him for the rights to the adaptation. Burgess's own 1984 stage adaptation of the novel, A Clockwork Orange, a play with music, contains a direct reference to Kubrick. In the final moment of the play, Alex joins in a song with the other characters. In the script stage directions, it states that while this happens, a man bearded like Stanley Kubrick comes on playing in exquisite counterpoint, singing in the rain on the trumpet. He is kicked off the stage. So, there you go. So, it sounds like Kubrick kind of left him out to dry and say, well, you explain what it is. I didn't write the thing.
Yeah. Well,
So-
Kubrick didn't like doing press anyways,
Right.
and
Yeah.
as the 70s went on, he did even less and less of it over the
Yeah.
rest of his life. So
Right.
that wasn't something he was frankly engaged in.
Yeah.
Should be said, though, Kubrick did go out of his way to have this film taken out of British
Yes.
cinemas.
Yeah.
And
And he felt uncomfortable with that. And yeah, and I mean the movie is, I mean, it's about America in a lot of ways, but I mean it's about England.
It's about Western civilization
So,
and
right,
written by
but
virtue of America and vice
it's
versa.
about England pretty explicitly, I think, and it remains that way. But anyway,
you go back and look at what some of the biggest movies of 1971 were. It's some of our, I think collectively, some of our favorite films. I mean, that was was starting to be one of the high watermarks of the New Hollywood era. I'm just going to name some here. Harold and Maude, Sometimes a Great Notion, Dirty Harry, French Connection, Minnie and Moskowitz, Straw Dogs, The Last Picture Show, The Last Movie, Two Lane Blacktop, Carnal Knowledge, McCabe and Mrs. Miller, a little movie called Escape from the Planet of the Apes, Sweet Sweetback, Bananas, THX 1138. You imagine an American cinema today that has some of those same movies. I mean, that's a pretty impressive diversity of pretty great to some great movies you got there.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, it's easy to put Clockwork Orange in a certain category because, I mean, there's some pretty controversial movies that come out in this year.
Yeah.
I'd say you got Clockwork Orange there, Straw Dogs, French Connection, Dirty Harry, THX, and to a lesser extent, I think Harold Maude. Although a lot of those movies deal with some sense of alienation, of isolation, and some of which more explicitly about the youth of the time period or the culture. What about, to you, do some of those movies speak in concert to one another about what 1971, quote, was? Now, of course, these movies were conceived in, produced previously, but them all coming out at the same time has to communicate a certain message.
Yeah, I think that 1971 is about as dark as the New Hollywood whole moment ever got, because even just after that, you're going to get movies like the Godfather movies, which, while being about very serious things, were big pop, and not to say these other movies weren't, but were very big pop movies that were successful, that began to show that, okay, the studios really truly are accepting this concept of New Hollywood on such a big scale. And that from then onward, really, New Hollywood became a lot more, even more mainstream, and not that it was watered down, but it was just a little more even sincere in certain ways, I think, in that, okay, we're given all this money, what really can we do? And where does it stop? And of course it stopped really majorly with movies like Heaven's Gate and One from the Heart.
Reds, yeah.
And Reds.
Yeah.
But
it's interesting though to see Harold Maude and this in the same year, because I think both you can almost put back as a double feature of like what white male fragility or white male violence, two different paths that can take.
Yeah.
One is this movie, a kind of a nihilism, a self-destruction, that maybe we do need a, quote, police state to come in to clean this up, but to what extent, what expense are we allowing a police state to exist to get rid of such things, versus Harold Maude, which I know is one of your very favorite movies, of this sense of nihilism and darkness being replaced with, oh, you think you have it tough? What about who I am and where I come from? And a sense of humility and grace that he's granted by Maude in that movie, that for the the sadness of what that movie concludes on actually ends on a happy, redemptive note. I think these are almost mirror images of, diametrically opposed in terms of their perspectives. Right. Hal Ashby, of course, being the director behind Harold Maude and one of the biggest directors of the 70s. Another thing that was really widely objected to was kind of the pairing of Dirty Harry and the French Connection, which were both very controversial in their own ways in terms of, things are getting so out of control, maybe we do need that police state in here, after what A Clockwork Orange is also communicating. And I wanted to read a little bit of an excerpt from Pauline Kael, a critic that we sometimes agree with, sometimes not, but all in all is still one of our strongest writers the film medium has ever produced in terms of criticism. She was not really a fan of a lot of Kubrick's work. She very famously called 2001 a kind of monumentally unimaginative movie.
Yeah.
While I disagree with that totally, she was a massive critic of the time, and so she'd be respected if nothing else. Her last paragraph, I want to briefly read from her Clockwork Orange review, which she calls this review for A Clockwork Orange Stanley Strangelove. Pauline Kael, of course, wrote for The New Yorker. And so this is talking about Clockwork Orange, but I think in general talking about the feeling of 71 cinema in general. I'm going to read from this last paragraph here. At the movies, we are gradually being conditioned to accept violence as a sensual pleasure. The directors used to say they were showing us its real face and how ugly it was in order to sensitize us to its horrors. You don't have to be very keen to see that they are now, in fact, desensitizing us. They are saying that everyone is brutal, and the heroes must be as brutal as the villains, or they turn into fools. There seems to be an assumption that if you're offended by movie brutality, you're somehow playing into the hands of the people who want censorship. But this would deny those of us who don't believe in censorship the use of the only counterbalance, the freedom of the press to say that there's anything conceivably damaging in these films, the freedom to analyze their implications. If you don't use this critical freedom, we're implicitly saying that no brutality is too much for us, that only squares and people who believe in censorship are concerned with brutality. Actually, those who believe in censorship are primarily concerned with sex, and they generally worry about violence only when it's eroticized. This means that practically no one raises the issue of the possible cumulative effects of movie brutality. Yet surely, when night after night atrocities are served up to us as entertainment, it's worth some anxiety. We become Clockwork Oranges if we accept all this pop culture without asking what's in it. How can people go on talking about the dazzling brilliance of movies and not notice that the directors are sucking up to the thugs in the audience? That's a very spot-on assessment, I would say, in a lot of ways, of not only this, but even some of these other movies that I like A Dirty Harry, like French Connection, that are, what's the fine line between depicting violence and celebrating it? And it's something that Kubrick played with very tenuously over not just this movie, but a great many of others. And I think she's, it's even truer now than it was then, when she talks about how censorship is always way more concerned with sexuality than it is violence, and that's something that critics nowadays have been trying to respond more and more to that idea, and kind of goes unanswered.
Yeah, that was even true in the 80s as well. Yeah. That the Reagan America was much more concerned with sexuality and drug use than they were about violence, because
Blue Velvet was hugely controversial in the 80s as a result of that as well, and Ebert made a kind of big thing about that. And for Ebert's perspective, he also was not a fan of this movie either. You can read it, you can find his review easily online. And I was frankly a little bit surprised by that, because he was a huge fan of 2001. That's all. I mean, till the day he died, he was always talking about 2001 was one of his biggest, most important favorite films. And very quickly, right after that, this next movie after that, he was not a fan of Clockwork Orange.
Yeah.
So as we've said, I think 71 was one of the kind of darker periods of the New Hollywood era, and that, again, Kubrick himself isn't necessarily part of New Hollywood, but the fact that his movie exists in that same time period certainly naturally puts it in concert with the darkness and the nihilism of that moment in time. And again, I think that some of his other movies are not as trying to, quote, play to the zeitgeist as much as a movie like this is for what it was. Any other thoughts on kind of those films? I mean, another movie I think about with this, and we haven't really mentioned a lot of, is THX.
Yeah.
That in and of itself is depicting this dark, nihilistic future, and an oppressive state that to purely be erotic and to purely be wanting to engage in sensual pleasure makes you an enemy of the state. And Duvall's character's attempt to, well, if I can't have that, then I'm just going to try to escape from that.
It's also very much about emotion also as well, and about that they're literally drugged so that they will be in an emotionless state. And so I feel like that movie has a lot more interesting things to say.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree. It just is interesting that it's like in the future and it is dealing with some of the same ideas.
It doesn't need to be profane and explicit in its content because its style is inherently horrific, and the world that it creates is inherently horrific.
Even a movie that on the surface doesn't show a lot of similarities is Carnal Knowledge. I mean, that's like in and of itself very interested in sex.
That's
and
literally that's what the title is.
Yeah, and the kind of conversations about sex and ideas about sexuality. You know what's interesting is some of the movies that are some of my favorites and most stick with me are movies that feel pretty disconnected from some of these ideas, such as something like Sometimes a Great Notion or The Last Picture Show, a movie that was pretty talked about for being erotic in its time, but I think is even less erotic than the book.
Yeah.
But still certainly is a product of that time in many ways as well. Also, again, speaking of Altman earlier, McCabe and Mrs. Miller, you know, that was a movie he made with Warren Beatty, of course.
Yeah.
So again, you know, a lot of these movies are iconic and have a, you know, very much a place in the popular culture even now, 50 years onwards. But I don't think I can look at any of these and see one that has had as much of an impact as this has within that realm of already pretty memorable films. So this would be a good time also to talk about what the movie is even trying to say about violence, because obviously the violence of the first half of the movie is incredibly deplorable. It's Alex as this droog, as this gang member, enacting physical violence, sexual violence. But then the whole second half is much more concerned with the institutionalized violence and the violence that it is taking to put down the violence of Alex and the droogs and the gangs. Is that, quote, worth it? What do you think Kubrick is trying to say about, is there a greater good to be had in these larger fascistic institutionalized violence, or is the violence of Alex more both in vogue, but also something that we'd rather have that than that?
It's and I'll be interested to see the movie again and think about it. I think, to me, it seems that he is saying the latter, that it would be better to live in anarchy than fascism. In a lot of ways, of like I mentioned last week, of what V for Vendetta in certain ways would say.
Alan Moore's graphic novel.
About 10 years later.
Yeah.
But actually, what's interesting though when you think about that is the characters in V for Vendetta, other than V, who himself is totally insane, like, you know, maniacal terrorist. That Evie Hammond as a character though never wanted anything more than her family back, who are all dead at this point, or to just live a life of freedom, of like a basic freedom of being able to read things that she wants to, being able to just do things she wants. It's not like she wants to go out and murder people,
right?
Or rape people or do whatever. So even in that sense, our kind of central characters in that, other than V, who himself just represents anarchy as a concept, those characters overall in that story are relatively good people who just want to live in a free society. Whereas in this, it seems like the only alternative to that sort of square, not even fascism, but just square, in quotes, lifestyle, are all evil.
Yeah, right.
Deviants and murderers. So I don't really buy it as a whole concept, because it seems...
Well, I think he's exaggerating and make both ends of that so arch. It's like you're either this or that. And it's like, well, and he knows this.
Yeah.
Reality's a lot more complicated than that or that. I mean, like, most of us want to live in something in the middle. We don't want to have gangs harassing us and beating us up when we're going to the grocery store or going about walking around and doing our daily chores. But most people... I would hazard to say, and I don't know, this might be different now, but I think most people would hazard to say we don't want some big totalitarian oppressive government at the same time either. And so I feel like, again, part of the fraudulence of this movie is engaging in this either or. It's like, well, both are unappealing. And he's like, well, but I mean, and you could also say, well, he's not trying to say you have to have either or, but instead paint a dichotomy between, both are bad. What do you prefer? Or just to make us think about the dichotomy of those. I could understand that maybe a little bit, but again, I believe it is a little bit fraudulent on his part to, and allows him to engage in this dichotomy, this false dichotomy between, well, you can either have this or that, and, if you engage in the totalitarian idea, then, well, that means you yourself might be, Alex, put in, having that eye exam perpetrated against you where you're engaging in having to condition yourself not to like it. And again, I feel like that's a false choice that is we are being asked to make as an audience.
Yeah. And if it's that, it's just pure nihilism, which I'm not really all that interested in. And I mean, it fits the era of what it's about. I mean, I love Dirty Harry, but that movie is very complex in the sense of, okay, it's saying, but you know what? Even in that movie, a lot of people talk about it being a, like they used on this Wikipedia page, fascist dogma. But
which, let me just say, Kale was big person who said that about Dirty Harry.
And I don't disagree with that either, even though I love the movie. Yeah, it perpetrates a lot of ideas I don't agree with. But at the same time, at the end of the movie, okay, he gets Scorpio. Then he's like, I give up. Mm-hmm. So I'm not saying that
the sequel, but
I'm not even going to buy that. But then that movie was a harsh reaction to that of like, well, let's kill all the cops too, which I find kind of interesting. But
and another way, Lethal Weapon later on was a version of that.
But
too.
So I get that it is kind of a fascist movie in certain ways, but I feel like it also is saying, but like in the end, he himself gives up and says, well, we can't fight this evil at a certain point, or in the end, what's it matter, And then that is its own form of nihilism that I don't think squarely fits into the kind of fascist attitudes that people think it does.
Mm-hmm.
But,
Yeah.
And I think it's the same thing with a very, very much that type of idea, but totally the whole movie is the French Connection of like, that whole movie is like, we can't fight this, we won't win.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and even the cops in that are seen as definitively non-heroic.
Yeah.
But whatever. Anyway, I mean, ultimately, what's funny about a movie like Dirty Harry is that this sounds like a really stupid thing to say, but I don't go to that movie to teach me about law and order. I go to see him shoot the peoples. I mean, you know what I mean?
It's a version of a Western,
yeah,
but done in San Francisco in the early 70s. I mean, it's very Western type of story,
and
redone in a modern
And I'm not saying
context.
that's a stupid movie, like it doesn't know what it is, but I'm just like, but I don't think the movie's particularly interested in that level of sophistication. And personally, I don't believe that.
I don't think Kale is necessarily saying, critics of the movie like Kale would necessarily say that. I think they're saying that, what does it say that we go for this to entertainment? We go for things that are maybe spoon-feeding us fascist ideas for entertainment. What does that say about America at this time?
Yeah.
And again, America in the early 70s is coming off the insanity of the 60s, a civil rights movement that is fractured beyond repair into a more kind of militant black power direction, a war in Vietnam that at this point seeming like it'll never reach its end. I mean, America was in a very dark place in 1971 for a variety of reasons, and those movies in a lot of ways reflect it, which is why something like Harold and Maude to me sticks out all the more, is that it ends on this much more optimistic, happy note while still being tethered to what the reality of that time period was in the same way.
And even another movie I think that should get compared to this more often too is Straw Dogs, in the sense of like
that was widely controversial
and even that it's about England also, and that it's like, okay, let's leave America because it's not as violent in England, and then it just is as violent. So that movie is ultimate nihilism of just like but I feel like that movie is in certain ways more hopeful also, in that it's trying to say with that David Warner character, like, okay, but this guy isn't at fault, or he made a mistake, he's not really all the way there, he has kind of some mental issues, and like, we need to protect this man. And ultimately, the whole fight in that movie is very much about, okay, you have intruded in my home, and I'm kind of low-key crazy in the case of Dustin Hoffman. But at its central core, what the issue is actually about over that final kind of confrontation is about, we need to save this man and serve some justice in a different way, and is ultimately upholding that.
Right.
So that's another interesting movie to compare this to. Ultimately, what can be said, like we're basically saying, is that all this comes out of a very dark time that that ultimately, in a way, doesn't excuse the movie anymore because it's saying, oh, but you think this is all this kind of trendy, in vogue joke to you. Yeah. Like, this is all just, like, oh, you, and he did the same thing that Dustin Hoffman's character did in America. He left America because he didn't like it and thought it was too violent and wanted to leave. Yeah. And was like, I want to go to England or whatever.
I wonder why there's this specific brand of, this could go back even to George Orwell with like 1984, which was written in the late 40s, but I think especially you see in the 60s, 70s, 80s, the whole British dystopian trend. I wonder if a lot of that has to do with Britain in of itself. And we're seeing this even with The Crown to an extent, like coming to terms with its like reduced power in the world, that it is no longer the global superpower that it once was, and them trying to come to terms with what does that mean for us here, and I think what effects does that have?
I think America would do the same thing, but Britain is just has such an ego about itself that it's like, we're not number one, everything's falling apart. It's just like, whoa.
And I do think there are versions of that here, but it's a little more pronounced. It seems like in Britain
they're just like, oh my god, like, what are we coming to? I don't know, a more free world. You don't control,
equitable world.
Whatever,
marginally,
somewhat. Yeah.
So the last thing we can kind of say, what does this movie mean now? Because it's just celebrating kind of its 50th anniversary very soon.
Yeah.
It's one of those things. I think about this movie a lot too. I don't think we've mentioned it really yet. From 75, 76, Taxi Driver. Why do like both of these movies endure, but like we see Taxi Driver in a little bit of a better light? Because both are very much about white male rage. You don't have to turn on the news for too long to see white male rage still very much in action in America. And these movies feel, even for its problems, feels very prescient in terms of a warning of sorts of what happens when white male rage gets out of control. Now, you didn't have a lot of the kind of mass shooting trends at this point as you have later on what we're dealing with now, but it does seem as though that it's a movie like this is a warning of what's to come and ultimately what came true.
Well, I think that with that movie, and I'll be interested, you'll probably say this more eloquently than me and have better ideas about it, but what's interesting about that movie is even
Taxi Driver.
Even that character's evil is perpetrated in this very a backward sense of law and order justice.
He has a certain quote code or ethics which you can object to, but do exist.
And it's more than flawed. It's racist. It's homophobic. It's sexist. It's But this character has literally no moral code at all.
It's just indulgence, pure indulgence.
And so, not that makes it any better, but also I think that the movie actually is, other than the Palatine character, the government itself is largely absent. Has kind of left everyone to their own devices.
And so Bickle himself is almost a manifestation of a reactionary form of, we need to reassert this control that has been
and that violence is the only thing that he understands because he was in Vietnam also. Alex came from a lot of privilege and loves art and is this very heady person, whereas Travis Bickle, I wouldn't go so far as to call him stupid exactly, but he's not a very smart, very bright individual. I mean, he's very much, he doesn't have a relationship with his parents really. He's by himself. I mean, the movie's about isolation and what happens when someone is in the biggest city in the world isolated and obviously not.
And every interaction in their world is a slight or feeds the resentment that they feel.
So I think that it adequately represents itself of what it is saying, whereas this, it feels like a lot of things aren't clicking right. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. I mean, you can maybe explain this better.
No, I think so. I think what you said is very dead on in terms of, Bickle as a character, played brilliantly by Robert De Niro, of course, in Taxi Driver, is a character that, again, we don't quite know what he comes from. He's a little bit of a cipher, but in many ways he's so vague and abstract that he stands in for a great deal of a lot of service members who came back from Vietnam.
Yeah.
And the rage and the disrespect a lot of them felt that, A, we didn't win the war, and B, how they were treated when they came home. And that, again, as you said, that the government is largely absent from Taxi Driver. I mean, the most you see of it, I guess, in any manifestation is the cops in the movie here or there. But they don't even all, this is all from Travis's subjective point of view, they don't all seem as interested in him as actually cleaning up the streets. He's the one who knows what needs to be done.
Yeah.
And they're just standing in the way if they're not willing to do what he's willing to do.
Right.
And so, I think the fact that both of these movies have, in their own way, inspired violence. I think the most famous example with Taxi Driver is Mark David Chapman's, attempted assassination. Or no, John Hinckley Jr.
Yes.
Excuse me, is what
Yeah.
I meant to say. Excuse me.
Mark David Chapman was a
guy
little more
killed John
inspired
Lennon,
by
Catcher in the Rye.
Yes.
Yeah, I meant
John Hinckley Jr.
John Hinckley Jr.
Who has some music opinions now.
And also,
by the way.
yeah, I know.
Go
He's
look into that.
He's on Twitter. I guess he got out of jail or whatever it was.
Yeah, he got out recently.
Because it was 40 years.
Yeah.
81.
Yeah, it's been a while.
That, I think the thing that is a difference in that is that, again, as you said, Alex comes more from a privileged background. He should, quote, know better, but refuses to do better.
Yeah.
But again, I think both of these movies, for their, differences, both represent varying modes of displaying white male rage. And again, they were both directed by white males, so, they're, dealing and grappling with what it means to be a white man at this time. And despite all the power and privilege one has, this, the sense of self-perpetuating grievance that feeds so much of the attitude or your sense of self or your identity. I think that will forever make this movie an important movie to look at and study, despite its failings and despite the quibbles that we have with it. I think rightfully so, that it is always going to be, not only because it's a Kubrick movie and his career is always going to be one of those handful of that will survive the centuries, I think, as a filmmaker, but it does still serve as not only a historical marker of this moment, but also getting to some essential truths that are still, unfortunately, true and indicative of, again, white maleness, even now. Any other things to say before we dive into this movie?
Just God help us all, as Mr. Morgan once said.
Yeah. So we're going to take a brief break. We're going to play the trailer. I'll go ahead and tell you, there's no real dialogue in this trailer. It's all classical music. And it is a very good trailer, though, because, if you go and look it up, the teaser, it is very visual and very memorable.
Yeah.
But don't expect to hear any dialogue, so if nothing else, this might just be a little bit of music you're hearing for a little bit. Yeah. So we're going to listen to the trailer, and then we're going to dive right into
this refuse.
We're back. Levi, what is this rated and why?
R.
Why?
Speaks for itself, I think.
Everything conceivable.
Yeah.
All right, so we're watching this off the kind of the standard edition Warner Brothers Blu-ray, hitting play in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
As the PlayStation once said just now. Mario looking
Kubrick
at
had a lot of very memorable opening credits sequences.
I'm already looking at the time. Like, how much longer? Okay.
Now these primary colors kind of juxtaposed against the titles. And we actually have a T-shirt, and I got a hoodie of the blue. It says the Stanley Kubrick production.
That one, yeah. Which I feel kind of bad about wearing sometimes because it is inherently promoting this movie, but...
Yeah, I don't like the association with this movie, but I just do like the... Stanley Kubrick, But the Kubrick stare, very famously.
Well, everything about the opening of this movie is pretty iconic, the first 15 minutes or so.
Yeah. I think that's what most people really most remember more than anything about the whole thing.
Then there's the rest of the movie.
Yeah.
Not that every second of this is good, so...
Yeah.
Music later using The Shining. So.
Yeah. I know if it was Pauline Kael or if it was Ebert, it said in their reviews about women being used as objects, both literal women and even these women as
furniture.
Furniture, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Dim. So other than the Droogs, these other people on the left side of the screen look like they could easily be quote hippies or quote counterculture of the time period. A little bit of mod culture almost from England. This scene's very famous and memorable as well. And this homeless man.
Dirty old drunkie howling away at the filthy songs of his fathers and going blurp blurp in between, as it might be a filthy old orchestra in his stinking rotten guts. I could never stand to see anyone like that.
Should be said, I know Kubrick, I know his Napoleon movie and Barry Lyndon as well. It didn't happen, I should say Napoleon movie, but Barry Lyndon, some other ones had a specific interest in voiceover narration.
Yeah.
And this one obviously is memorable in that sense.
Yeah.
I know that's one of those things, that's a stylistic tick, not just in his films, but other people do not really like at all, is voiceover.
Yeah.
And I don't really have an opinion on that
either.
Objectively. I mean, it just depends on the movie. I mean, I think Scorsese's use of it is usually good or spot on, but...
Yeah.
But there's a lot of other movies that use it as a crutch. I mean, I get it.
Yeah.
Should we say there's a reference to the moon landing, which some conspiracy theories love saying, "Oh, Kubrick shot the moon landing, it wasn't real," or whatever.
One of the things I really don't like about this movie more than anything, is it's just so shrill.
Yeah.
All the sounds of it are just so over the top, loud, annoying, and frankly, to be totally honest, part of it's just the way that these British people are talking. They just sound ridiculous, the derelict casino. course, they have to be Nazi types.
Yeah. It does feel like a little bit of a, I don't know, laziness is the word, but certain, just like, oh, well, we don't like them because they're wearing Nazi uniforms. They're bad because of that, as if if they were wearing anything else to make what they're doing okay. I don't know. Like, and in a weird way, they almost want to see it themselves. We're like, no, we're going to do it just to fight them, not because they actually care about this woman's well-being or anything.
Yeah.
But and it is weird too to like after some of the, thinking about Doctor Strangelove and then 2001, this just looks more like almost weirdly cheap compared to what his movies were before this. More gritty.
And I believe it's still John Alcott for the cinematography too.
Yeah.
So. Wow.
And I was assume part of this is probably from the novel too, but it is interesting that this is a movie you could imagine easily being what it's about would cloak itself in a lot of the rock music of the late 60s, early 70s, but instead decides, we're going to go with the classical music direction. I think inherently makes it subtly, more unsettling.
Yeah.
That would have killed them, but whatever. Some of them, anyways.
The ugliest looking people ever to live.
The Droogs, anyways, look like they could easily fit into the Warriors' gang aesthetics.
I remember the first time I ever saw it home.
Yeah.
First time I ever saw this, I stopped watching it because I was pretty younger at the time, and I was just like so disgusted by it. I was just like, I'm not watching this. Like, and I didn't come back to it for some years.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I would imagine there were probably a lot of walkouts when this was playing in theaters, I would imagine. As I was saying earlier, I think this might have been Kubrick's first Warner Brothers film, because that's who he made movies with.
He would have done MGM for 2001. Was it Columbia for Doctor Strangelove?
Yeah, I believe so. Kubrick very famously uses mirrors in a lot of his movies.
Mm-hmm. What a performance that this guy gives. What's his name? I'm gonna look it up again. I couldn't remember. He's in the movie again later, but Patrick McGee.
Yeah.
There's also in Barry Lyndon.
Oh yeah, I think I do remember him in that. He's the guy who wears an eye patch, I think, maybe.
Yeah.
I remember hearing that Gene Kelly was very unhappy that this song was
I would
used
imagine.
in this. So I might be wrong about this, but I think I'd heard a story that Malcolm McDowell was at some Hollywood party and that Gene Kelly almost assaulted him and pulled him aside, like, how could you be a part of that or whatever, and, you know, objected to that song being used or referenced. I'm not sure, but I would imagine even some of these more explicit rape or sexual violence scenes, even Kubrick probably wouldn't have shot a lot of takes of those, I would imagine.
I wouldn't think, but
I'm not sure about that, though.
Having been an evening of some small energy expenditure for my brothers, so we got rid of the auto and stopped off at the Corova for a nightcap. Hello, Lucy. Had a busy night. We've been working hard too. Pardon me, Lucy. There were some sophistos from the TV studios around the corner, laughing and greeting. The debauchka was smacking away and not caring about the wicked world one bit. Then the disc on the stereo twanged off and out, and in the short silence before the next one came on, she suddenly came with a burst of singing. And it was like, for a moment of my brothers, some great bird had flown into the woodpile, and I felt all the melanky little hairs on my pot standing endwise, and the shivers crawling up like slow melanky lizards, and then down again, because I knew what she said. It was a bit from the glorious...
And another thing about this movie I don't really like, goes into a really complicated, long thing I'll try to explain. So, I find, like, you know, trying to think of way to describe it. Like, you know, classical, like the eras of which classical music were made, whatever you call those, of like, you know, period drama. Like, that's a thing that really annoys me about a lot of movies, and a movie I really love, Amadeus, kind of falls into this sort of, but not as much as other things, is this whole idea of the profanity of that time, of like, oh, everyone's a naughty boy, like, you know, crap like that. This very like old-timey, explicit profanity.
Yeah. You think that's part of that's a modern...
this is trying to replicate that. And it's all very shrill and twee and aggravating, like really annoying. And that's part of some things I kind of don't like about Barry Lyndon, particularly that one character that was the real-life assistant of his.
Leon Vitale.
Yeah. That, like, that whole character, I think, exudes that. And I'm just like, I just can't stand it. I find that really annoying.
That was another thing I was wanting to mention earlier, and I'd forgotten. I'm glad you reminded me, is that there's a documentary that was made about Leon Vitale a few years ago, which was really good and talked a lot about him working under Kubrick and his whole relationship to him, which was one of friendship and mentorship, but also very complicated in and of itself. What was that called? Film Worker was the name of the documentary. I'd recommend watching if you get a chance. It's really good. And that him and the Kubrick estate don't really get along. They kind of... apparently a lot of them resented Kubrick's kind of closeness with him, according to both. I don't know. It depends on who you believe or whatever, but he's actually been instrumental in some of the restorations done on these movies, because he personally approved, under Kubrick's direction, a lot of film prints that went around the world after he started working for him.
Yeah,
which was really pretty much the Shining onward in terms. Well, he kind of did a little bit of assistant kind of stuff for Barry Lyndon, but it was mostly Shining onward.
Mm-hmm.
He was kind of his personal assistant, really.
But yeah, just that whole aesthetic this is trying to be part of, I think, in a way, and I'm not interested in that. So, and Kubrick is, so
yeah,
there you go. Because I'm sure that was a thing at the time, of people being profane and like the upper class being like I said, ooh, naughty and whatever. But I think it's more of like a modern, I don't know this, like I said, at all, but I would assume it's a little bit more of a modern interpretation of like things were so arch and classical then that let's take that and do this with it, like, you know.
Yeah. Just even something like The Favorite, which I quite like.
Yeah, that
ago,
falls into that too.
I think too, maybe for Alex is like, oh, the hip and cool thing at this time would be being the Beethoven.
Yeah.
So juvenile, like really okay.
Any other way we want to be sacrilegious here?
Yeah. It's like the movie's going overboard to try to offend you or make you mad, and to a point it's just like you just have to shrug at it after certain points. Like, okay, whatever, don't even mean anything anymore.
What is that?
Yeah, I don't know. something I sometimes forget is Alex supposed to be like a teenager, and
Yeah.
he's clearly in his 20s. I mean,
Yeah.
which happens all the time, obviously, but.
Yeah, it's odd, all right.
Yeah.
It's kind of a funny shot of that guy just sitting there
Yeah.
and it just moves past. Like. This is one of the funniest characters in the movie, the way he talks. There's somebody I watched this with where I was just saying yes all the time, like, and laugh about how ridiculous he is.
Yeah. And that's, again, another thing I do not like about this movie is it feels like a Mad Magazine parody of itself, where, again, the caricatures, everybody is a caricature of a sort. Nobody feels like a, quote, normal manifestation of reality, which, again, that's what a lot of satires engage in, but...
Yeah.
Because, again, in painting with such a broad brush, you're implicitly asked, well, look how creepy and weird this guy is. I guess that means Alex is of the right opinion of things. I mean, that's just implicitly what happens, whether that Kubrick intends that to be or not.
Love this character.
Just don't go for him as Halloween. I mean, send the wrong message here. Is this the only scene this guy's in? I can't remember.
No, he's in it here in a little bit.
Okay.
When he gets arrested.
Okay. Yeah.
It's like any, world this guy lives in, I'm like, yeah, I want to be in that. You get the phallic symbol there?
Yeah, I think so.
Do you get it? Do you understand it? The most annoying music of all time.
Yeah, but what don't you like about this movie? It's just like... Again, I'm not far behind myself. It was very famous for having, here in a second, 2001 soundtrack.
Yeah.
You can see it.
Like, look at me and what I did.
When you retweet yourself.
There's a moment in Mirror where there's an Andrei Rublev poster on a wall.
Oh, really?
And it's just like, please.
Another similarity between Tarkovsky and Kubrick. The Sparks, I just saw.
Mm-hmm. Another stupid scene in a stupid movie.
Mm-hmm. The sped up threesome. Again, that was in a Warner Brothers film released in 1971.
Yeah.
It's hard to believe. So even his buddies are going to get sick of him.
Yeah. You knocked me out.
Yeah,
You're happy about it. It's all it ever is. He's living in like a baby carriage. It's been screwed up. Michael Myers is effing dead.
Well, I'm not surprised that one's known as Dim.
Portend.
Do you know the way? It's interesting when you were introing this movie, dystopian crime film, I think is what it said.
Yeah.
Didn't you say? I don't really think of this as a crime movie, even though it all is a crime, I guess. But
yeah, it's a crime in more ways than one.
Yeah. It's one of the shots I most think about and remember. I was just in a Duncan booth yesterday for school's 4-H program. Was raising some money, and so in 50 degrees weather outside and getting dunked in it. I don't know what this weather would have been, but still cold, I bet. Look out! He's got a knife.
Look on his face, like. I think it has to be so over the top.
Yeah. So obviously, Alex has got the feeling that they're gonna usurp his dominance, and so he's trying to lay the smackdown on them to make sure, no, I'm the leader here, and you remember it. But that's not gonna last so long. A lot of cats.
Yeah. And like,
Did got a lot of cats. Got any more out in the hall? Talking about movies I'd rather be watching. Matter of Life and Death.
Yeah. She's like, all right, good. Anyway.
No, goodbye. Cat's like, who dat? You know, we would expect all this art to be in Alex's room or abode.
Yeah.
Or even that bar, but I guess it's trying to say the culture, or even for even this woman, or the culture in general's so overly sexualized and eroticized in the future.
But then why would the government itself be so repressive if that's the case?
Yeah, I don't know. Who rang that bell?
Yeah. Okay.
Very important.
More like stupid.
Mm-hmm. You keep thinking it's gonna stop, but it keeps going.
Nope.
That alone. That ding-a-ling. Bedbug.
Stupid. Look at this. It's so dumb you can only... It is funny.
Yeah.
It's so stupid. It's like...
The games we play, you know.
Whatever that is.
Yeah. Now, what have I done?
And then it keeps doing that.
But how is this any worse than anything else he's done? I don't understand.
I don't know.
And you're getting set up by his peoples.
Me at this
Yeah.
point. What are we doing, bro? Slow-mo. Gave you that then.
Give you that then, didn't it?
Gave you that there then, isn't it? Isn't it? What are you laying it?
Again, this is something I want to try to parse as the movie continues from here on out. The extent to which we think this movie is supposed to have us feel sympathy for Alex, because at this point, I think most of the audience who would be watching this have zero, and I would count myself in that category. But we'll see if that respective percentage changes as we move forward.
He's been a bad boy, yes. Going to be beaten, yes.
Yeah. Brothers?
Brother?
Hey, Doc, brother. How many times he got spit at, I wonder. No, that was take 25 out of 66. Like. And like tragic part.
After a trial with judges and a jury, and some very hard words spoken against your friend and humble narrator, he was sentenced to 14 years in Starger number 84F, among smelly perverts and hardened prostitutes. The shock of sending my dada, beating his bruised and groovy rookers against unfair bog in his heaven, and my mum, boo-hoo-hooing in her mother's grief, as her own child and son of her bosom, like letting everybody down, real horror show.
This is a real horror show. Like, yeah, it's a horror show, all right. Stock.
Alexander Delarge. Why'd you do that? No, we watched, we mentioned, I think, on the past on this podcast, the Steve McQueen Small Axe series of films that are on Amazon, and that was a little bit of an education and window into British policing in the 70s, going into the early 80s too. It's a little later than this, but still.
Oh, so we're in kindergartner mode now, huh? All for that.
That bar of chocolate's going to be there for 14 years if he stayed that long.
Yeah.
That's something you see a lot in movies of somebody going to jail or prison, or then when they get out, a big deal about all the stuff they left behind.
Who cares? Just throw it all away.
Yeah.
Like, I know it's this idea of what they came with, they have to leave with, or whatever. Like, we're cheating them somehow. So I'd say you're cheating them in a lot of other ways too, but whatever. Not that I feel bad for the guy, but.
That chocolate bar is very valuable. So, getting thrown in the trash, I guess. That guy has to yell that loud too.
Yeah.
Ask these questions. Got to make sure that blue waistband's down. Obviously Kubrick, you know anything about him, he was a atheist. He didn't really like organized religion in any sense, so there's some criticisms of religion obviously in this movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because everything here is a whole lot better than that. Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Speaking of who McDowell thought was a genius.
Mm-hmm. Just very much jumps ahead all of a sudden. Oh, he's been here for 2 years. Yeah, and I'd be curious to know Burgess's book if it's more clearly unironic interpretation of Alex encountering the Bible or the Word, and versus this is more ironic and more, you know, making a mockery, I guess, in some ways. Of this is a sense of reform. Very strange thing about them going and filming these little fantasy scenes.
It's interesting also that he played Caligula in a movie, I guess, not too long after this.
Yeah.
That Gore Vidal wrote the screenplay to.
Yeah.
And then was like, but it wasn't what I wanted, or whatever. So, whatever the hell that even means.
Hollywood auteur, Stanley Kubrick.
Hollywood auteur. Most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
9675321. That's his name. I wonder if Burgess is trying to make a statement as well about the whole idea that, well, you could take the longer, more difficult path of being a Christian, or you can just give way to this new experimental treatment that is more, not really getting to the matter of the soul. It's more about social conditioning.
Yeah.
Hanging out in the yard,
Yeah.
Let's just walk around in a circle. Graduation day.
Yeah.
That music. Got some Jesus, Ludwig van Beethoven, and still nudity all over the wall. As Buzz McAllister once said about his brother Kevin, what a troubled young man.
Yeah.
Stop talking. You just said the directions. Yeah, we're thinking, oh, we're going to graduate today, you know?
Yeah.
Well, he's perfect to be a guinea pig.
He's had my vibe. He's had my vibe.
As Bane once said, you saved my boy.
That's what I was saying. Yeah. We're in that point in the movie.
Yeah.
So,
I'll run to the restroom very quickly. I'll be
all right. I'll just sit here.
Thrill the listeners with tales of whatever.
It's actually interesting. The other day, I meant to say this a minute ago, that I had to cover chorus class, and I know this is the most interesting thing you've ever heard, but stay with me. And I had to cover it. No, it was band. Never mind, it was band. It wasn't chorus. See, I know that. See, I don't even know the difference. Who knows? It was band, and I was having to cover it for the teacher was gone, and during my planning period, and during that, there was a section that. No, we're not done yet. Well, we're recording right now. That's our dad doing some chores. Say hello, Dad.
Hello. I thought you had to cut off.
No. I was just explaining, Kyle, I meant to say this a minute ago, that I had to cover band and a couple weeks ago, and we were actually watching a video about the pomp and circumstance.
Oh, really?
And it was talking about different ways it's been used in movies very briefly, and this was one of them. So, yeah, we're just letting it all hang out today.
Yeah,
with this movie.
Yeah, I guess it's because one of those things I just associate it so clearly with graduations. I guess it's had other uses over the years. This brutalist architecture feels very 70s fascist, late 60s or 70s. Well, that brutalist architecture was on display in The Conversation a few years later, too. Memorably. Super voltage unit.
Yeah. Wonder what goes on there.
Yeah. And I guess that's part of the gray area of this part of the movie is to the extent to which Alex is just playing the system and trying to do, or if he's genuinely wanting to reform himself. That's not
I don't know.
clear. No, I'm not saying it needs to be either, but
Vitamins. Yeah, something like that.
Viddy.
This is like reminds me also of the Parallax View.
Yeah,
it was be a few years after this, I guess.
Mm-hmm. This is there's a reason why this scene's so iconic. It's so hard to watch too.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm very sensitive with my own eyes, so.
Malchik. It's not a good sign when they're like, you can't close your eyes.
Yeah.
It's like,
yeah, you should be like, I'll go back to being in jail for another 12 years, thanks. One thing I'm curious about is if they personalize these films to the people they show them to, because how much those thugs look like droogs, basically, or if it's like a generalized thing. But it is curious to the extent to which Kubrick himself was commenting on cinephilia or the obsession with the image and its connections to violence and its provocations of violence.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, cool. That's...
2 sessions in one day.
I imagine you'll be feeling a little bit limp by the end of the day. But we have to be hard on you. You have to make sure.
It was horrible.
Of course it was horrible. Violence is a very horrible thing. That's what you're learning now. But what is going on?
You just don't understand about feeling sick, man. I never used to feel sick before. I used to feel like the very opposite. I mean, doing it and watching it, I used to feel real pressure.
You felt ill this afternoon because you're getting better. You see, when we're healthy, we respond to the presence of the hateful with fear and nausea. We're becoming healthy, that's all. By this time tomorrow, you'll be healthier still.
No, we gotta bring old Hitler into it, huh? Very famously, one of Kubrick movies that never got made, but it was rumored to be, he spent a lot of time developing the Aryan Papers.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't get made. Because other than what that could have been, this is most clear evocations of Nazism or the Second World War.
It was the next day, brothers, and I had truly done my best morning and afternoon to play it their way and sit like a Polisho cooperative malchip in the chair of torture while they flashed nasty bits of ultra-violence on the screen. Though not on the soundtrack, my brothers, the only sound being music. Then I noticed in all my pain and sickness what music it was that cracked and boomed.
Like, I forgot all the likes he says in voiceover.
Ninth Symphony, 4th movement.
Michael Myers is effing dead. I mean,
oh yeah, I'm curious to the extent to which this was acting and this was just McDowell literally screaming. Wow, they didn't know that. Oh well.
Governor ought to be pleased though.
It's like against society. Was this now Alex DeLarge for a special presentation?
Yeah.
He'll do a stand-up set. You will open for Dave Chappelle tomorrow. Who knows?
We're getting there.
Yeah. One day this movie's gonna end.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny how few times I've watched this movie because I'm just like, nah, I'm alright. And there's a lot here in the middle of the movie that does kind of blur to me that I don't remember because it's just like, you know, I remember more obviously about the opening of the movie.
Mm-hmm. And I wonder, is that a failure on Kubrick's part to make this section of the movie interesting, or is it in of itself a commentary on us as audience members that we, of course, remember the openings, the violence, the sex, the awfulness?
Well, how
of all
would you
that,
not
right?
remember that?
No, you wouldn't. I mean, that's. But I'm saying that really these later stretches are more part of the point of what he's actually trying to communicate, I think, But again, I think a lot of that stuff in the opening up Pandora's box to the audience is like that's what most people are going to remember because that is the most immediately memorable things. I mean, and that in and of itself should serve as a bit of commentary on what it's even saying. So what is this guy's job? Just to be, you know, like professional antagonizer? Like,
yeah.
I mean, with that hair too.
Yeah. He looks kind of like one of the main characters on the Bob Newhart show. He's like this, like friend of his that's a dentist that works near him.
Mm-hmm.
Has like this big hair like that. The like.
That's something I totally didn't remember at all the likes. That will do very well.
Yeah. Do well, yes.
Give him a round of applause.
Stupid music. Stupid eye. Like, wow.
Like a detective that had been watching around the corner and now followed to make his arrest.
Like,
Thank you, my dear.
thank you, dearie.
Once this prison guards wondering, I was like, oh, this is going to put me out of work eventually. But so again, this goes back to Burgess, I guess, his attempts to, with his book were that is restricting moral choice was in of itself hindering a genuine Christian walk if it's just this or that,
Yeah.
you know, like a robot or a binary.
Well, and it feels like it's making fun of that impulse too
Right.
in the movie. Like
Right.
it's making fun of the whole point. Like, so.
But then this other guy's like, no, this is a manifestation of religion to get him to be a quote good
Yeah.
Christian boy.
What? The music.
Yeah.
Like, don't, please don't kill me.
What a radically different character he plays in The Shining here.
Yeah. Like a. Not that we don't want you around, but we don't.
But we don't.
I mean, it said I'm completely reformed. It's like what that one guy said in Reservoir Dogs. I'm blanking deformed, like, you know. Blank you.
Joe the Lodger.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do about Joe? That belt he's got on.
Meanwhile.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's their son.
He's
now.
the new son, yeah.
Meet the new son, not the same as the old son.
Basil the Snake.
Well, he's so worried about the dang snake.
Basil Exposition.
Like an accident. It's funny because you never really hear British people say that, or at least in media anyway. Yeah. Yes. Like an arrangement.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's your son, but yeah.
No, this guy's just so blatantly like, you're a scumbag, I don't like you, and
It's my place now. So.
I'm the moral center of the movie. Even though this guy is weird. Like, what are you doing here?
these women on the walls, by the way. You know, the art.
Yeah.
Alex on his own now.
Yeah.
As Livia Soprano once famously said, "Oh, poor you."
That guy.
He's still around. Give him that.
Looks a little bit better.
Yeah. If I got just suplexed him off into the water.
Huh?
One guy on the ground just tripped him up.
Yeah. And a woman there.
Make it even more complicated. Whale.
What happened to the other one, I wonder?
No. The big milk bar in the sky.
Taking a ride, you know.
Act like they're taking a revenge on him. It's like
they're the ones who put him in the situation.
Well, also like they're in a pretty good spot overall. I mean,
Yeah.
they've been benefited from his being incarcerated, but whatever.
It's the most annoying whole thing ever. The music, their voices, the way it looks is just like, ugh. Oh, they like know where to go. Like they take people out here all the time.
I don't think it's that subtle commentary that the very sort of brutality that they were disparaged for having as the droogs or gang members is encouraged as members of the police force.
Yeah.
So there's certainly a connection there. And police brutality generally was not much of a societal conversation topic at this time either.
No. Well, they got a boost stick. Is what it sounds like.
Yeah.
What? Myself. Misa.
Misa cry for Misa's self. This is some beautiful camera work here. There's some shots that there's lighting in it.
It's interesting how much of this movie's kind of handheld, actually.
Yeah, I had forgotten.
Which is a little bit different than some of his other movies, you know.
Yeah. Something, you know, 2001 where they're, you know, on the moon, I guess, and they're encountering the monolith. Some of those shots are memorably, I think, handheld, you know.
Yeah.
But for the most part, that's, you know, shot traditionally. But but most famously, you know, The Shining had a lot of, you know, that tracking shot technology. Steadicam was new at the time.
David Prowse appearance.
The footage of him, you know, him doing the original Darth Vader voice is always funny to watch. So if Austin Powers worked out.
Yeah. Hearing a little bit, one of the all-time great reaction shot moments ever. Maybe the movie's greatest work in that moment. Sounds like Boris Karloff is
It's interesting that he says, my brothers and only friends, like we're his only friends at this point, the audience, you know. And I mean, I think it's curious, he's said at various times, I, the narrator, are kind of acknowledging that directly. But that's interesting that implicating us in a weird way that we're his only friends at this point, people have been with him through thick and thin.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what were you saying?
That I lost my train of thought. I don't remember now. Let's see. Oh, that he sounds like Boris Karloff as the Grinch Stole Christmas. How the Grinch Stole Christmas. I'll get there eventually. I don't know. Screw it all. Who cares? He sounds like himself. He sounds like that guy in A Clockwork Orange. Pack up, go home. Who cares? Like, I'm about done with this smut. Certainly, Frank. Literally, like, wow. The performance of a lifetime.
Yeah, it certainly is.
And hearing this is going to cue the old fart of what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, baby.
It's just interesting that psychologically what this movie's doing, even by like reprising the singing in the rain as it does at the very end, that it's almost like what it has the same effect on us as Alex does for Beethoven, where it's like, oh, that reminds us or triggers us to thinking about this or that.
Yeah,
you know,
that's
psychologically,
true, yeah.
it does the same thing to us as again it's doing to Alex, and as we see with him,
literally the greatest moment in this movie. Just like, what? Like, just love it. Like, totally unhinged psychopath.
Yeah. It's one of those great acting moments that you sometimes just goes under the radar.
Yeah, it's just like, what is happening? Darth Vader just sitting there, you know.
Yeah. spaghetti.
We're going to be having some baked spaghetti here in a little bit, so.
Mm-hmm. Try the wine.
Oh, did you want to talk about Dune now? We forgot to ever do that. It's still good.
Yeah, I saw it in theaters again last night.
No, and I watched it with our parents while they were going on HBO Max. Wasn't as loud.
Yeah, well, I didn't see it in the Dolby.
Oh, you didn't?
They've already moved it out.
Oh, they
there.
had. Screw
Last
them.
Night, I think last night in Soho's
My
now playing.
God.
It's always whatever the newest thing is. Eternals is already going to be in there next week.
Makes me so mad.
It should be said that it's actually won the weekend again.
Good.
It did have a significant drop box office wise, but that's expected with.
Well, it's already made its money back by now. I'm sure, hadn't it?
Well, I'm not sure about that because.
Well, I know there's a lot of marketing
costs behind movies are always higher. Or double.
What it is on the surface, probably
it's enough for them to have announced a sequel, anyways.
Yeah, it's made $296 million on a 165.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I think it opened well enough in China, but still technically underperformed because used to be a lot of American releases were always the clear number one hits in China, but in recent years they've been making more domestic films over there that have been more competitive.
Yeah.
And sci-fi traditionally does well there as well as around the world.
Except for Star Wars.
Yeah. Which I've always been perplexed by, but I'm not a marketing executive, so it doesn't keep me up, you know.
Yeah.
Not. But yeah, I know Antlers and Last Night in Soho were expected to be the 1 and 2s of the weekend, either way, but they both underperformed, and they're horror movies, so people thought, oh, the business will be up because it's Halloween weekend, but not actually as much as was expected. So.
Okay.
But yeah, on the Dolby screen, it's always whatever the newest thing is. It bumps out whatever.
Mm-hmm.
COVID? The COVID flu?
So, drugs or suicide? Which one?
Yeah. Well, both probably. Again, I swear he looks like my Austin Powers, but taller and muscular. Yeah. So weird looking. Oh, sit down, baby. Like, we'll be socially conditioned not to be more violent, baby.
Yeah. How much he's looking at him. Like.
Yeah. Just staring a hole through.
I think that was something that they didn't plan for. You see, Mrs. I'm very fond of music, especially Beethoven. Ludwig van Beethoven. It's all right, thank you. And it just so happened that while they were showing me a particularly bad film of like a concentration
Of like a concentration camp. It's also interesting the interplay between German classical music and the Nazis' love of classical music.
There's been a lot written about Wagner.
Yeah,
was a favorite of Hitler's and the Nazis, and that was very iconically played, of course, in Ride the Valkyries and Apocalypse Now.
Yeah.
As far as that connection to Vietnam War, but. Like with no pain.
Oh, no, sir, not exactly. I still feel very miserable. Very much.
That decision to go to the close-up right there for him.
Well, put it this way. I feel very low in myself. I can't see much in the future. And I feel that any second something terrible is going to happen to me.
this like. We're just always like walking around doing whatever. Mm-hmm. This movie's still going on. Oh, okay.
One day it's gonna end, I promise you.
We're almost there. A lot of belching and farting in this movie.
And likes, yeah.
Then I realized what it was. The music coming up from the floor was our old friend Ludwig van and the dreaded Ninth Symphony.
I don't think they're going to do that. Prowse had the fit change.
Yeah.
They all did, but. Well, at least. Guys in the house and then him.
And it's interesting, that this character that lives down there, that lives in the house, like, decided that he was gonna, well, we gotta see this moment. Supposedly he threw a, camera out the window to do this. I think 6 times, and that it didn't break any of the times. He was surprised.
and ever and ever.
But that character guy that lived in the house at first was talking about, oh, this guy can work for our political methods, and then oh wait, he's that guy. Well, I want to get revenge. Like,
yeah,
you know.
right. Yeah, because why not?
Not as if this movie couldn't be more annoying in its final moments, you know. Meanwhile,
yeah, that's what's so strange is like for all the formalism and brilliance of things about this movie, how juvenile it all is. Like it again, it's like a Mad Magazine parody of itself in the moment. It's just very weird.
Yeah.
Again, satire runs that risk all the time anyways, but
yeah,
the great ones, I mean, something like Network, a satire like that actually feels like it's got flesh and blood human beings in it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's certain characters that are exaggerated, but...
Yeah.
And even, like, Dr. Strangelove, like, the only person I feel like is a, quote, genuine human being maybe in that movie is, like, Colonel Mandrake. Yeah. And even he's kind of exaggerated, but it doesn't matter because the whole movie's so funny and so sharp.
Yeah, doesn't
that
really.
That's that's playing by a whole other playbook.
Right.
I mean, Sterling Hayden in that movie in particular is just such an absurdist piece of comic mastery.
Communist infiltration, communist indoctrination.
It says "eat me" is what it looks like.
Yeah, it does. I think.
Or don't at me, like. Meanwhile, what the hell are they wearing? Like,
yeah. Maybe it was our fault.
Does it really say or make much allusions to how far in the quote future this is supposed to be?
I think it's supposed to be about 10 years.
Okay.
It's like in the 80s.
Yeah. Well, not as outlandish, I guess, as could be said, but.
The Thatcher government was more of that than people thought it would be, I think. So.
Yeah. I think Alex DeLarge is a bad boy.
I think I'm going to be an awful woman.
I thought you were going to say, I'm going to be a dentist.
Oh, a dentist. No.
I remember this woman's purple hair, like the woman in the O'Charlie's and Hickory, painted on the wall.
Meanwhile, and unconscious like.
Oh, gosh. How many times is he going to say like?
Well, that actually made more sense than some of the other uses.
Yeah, no,
but,
that's just annoying objectively, but yeah.
Oh, this has got to be real vulgar, of course.
It's kind of fun just for its pure absurdity.
Yeah. What?
Good.
Good.
I doubt it.
It's kind of funny.
Like a New Yorker cartoon. Good.
And she doesn't even respond.
Yeah, okay,
Just like,
yeah.
whatever, yeah.
Like, to get right, like, the exact wording of what they're looking for is what he said.
Yeah.
Like. Eggy wigs.
Eggy wet. Literally, like, shut up.
The man who started it all.
By the way, you just showed me a meme that I won't explain what it said, but of the Timothy Chalamet,
Like
my
getting all
son,
hype, and then Zendaya sitting there, yeah.
and I'm just like, I love that meme because you know why? Because it's my
Levi
son.
Huffman, famous meme fan. Like,
Yeah, normally hate him, but if it has anything to do with my son, like it's like what we were saying last week. Anybody that talks badly of my family, I'm just like, nope. Like,
we'll have a problem, my friend. It's always a big demand and ask of an actor, it should be said. Malcolm McDowell's in practically every scene of this movie.
Yeah.
Like, it's a big ask for an actor, usually.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think of his actual performance in this?
I think it's all right.
I mean, most of the reviews we read, even the Kale one, she even compared him to a young James Cagney.
Yeah.
I remember.
I see that.
And then Ebert himself praised him as well. But he's asked to do a lot of things in this. I mean, as far as not just physically, but emotionally and performance-wise. I mean,
yeah.
So he's going to go through his own crap.
Yeah. That guy's going to be
the sequel
gone.
we need.
I swear, if I'm ever in that position to have to be like this, which I hope never happens, I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
Just be like... that, yeah, they're basically saying, like, we're going to give you all this stuff so you'll be quiet.
Yeah.
Going to keep you in the corner.
No, we're going to make you a government official. That'll solve everything. Oh, yeah, it turns out all your colleagues have also had the same things done. That explains a lot. It's interesting again, it's similar to the shares with Taxi Drivers, the way that ends, you know, that Travis Bickle, hero, like, you know, and
yeah.
Alex isn't exactly a hero, but more of a victim, I guess, by comparison, but
Yeah.
similar.
Good boy.
Another movie we haven't mentioned alongside this really is a few years later, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest would also deal with mental rehabilitation or mental illness or mental impairment via imprisonment. I mean, seemed like that in general in the culture that was more of a
this image,
topic of interest.
Have that as a profile pic.
Yeah,
it's like
psychotherapy. Yeah. So that's just naturally where his mind goes, you know. Then we get the actual needle drop of Gene Kelly. And again, what's just so disturbing about a lot of things about this movie is that, I don't know, it's like at the end of this whole journey, at the end of being reconditioned to see these primary colors again, even in the credits, is almost like what's being encoded into our brains. It's almost like there's something behind that, even though there's not. But it's just that so paranoid by the end of it, of visual images and music and media in general, you know. Mum.
Well, there we go, I guess.
We got through it. We got there.
Yeah, sorry, folks. This probably wasn't the most exciting sit, but
on
our end more than anything. But.
Any new thoughts or ideas after coming into it writ large?
You get through the whole movie, and it's weird. It's like when you're outside of it, you're so mad at it. And not that I'm not mad at it now, but it's like by the end, you're so exhausted, you don't even really feel anything about it anymore. This is the way I always feel every time I watch it. I'm just like, yeah, whatever. Something we didn't talk about, I want to talk about now, is like, no matter how much I don't like this movie, it's just like, what, you know, we just don't have controversial movies anymore that are made
for now,
and you know, even this, it's like as awful in a lot of ways as it is. It's like at least a movie like this was made. But now I'm not trying to be like real negative like everybody is, but it's just like now they don't make anything like this. It's just like, oh, movies are all vetted. And,
it's actually semi-controversial now that Eternals
and I feel like William Tell.
This is Overtures, The Thieving Magpie, and William Tell.
Yeah.
But that it's actually makes some ways recently.
Sorry, I wanted to wake y'all up if y'all had fallen asleep.
The Eternals has maybe a mild sex scene in it, and that's like semi-controversial, I know.
Really?
Yeah, and apparently it's not even graphic in any way, but it's just like, two characters kissing and, implying that they have relations, but then cuts away from it like any Hollywood movie would, and that's apparently semi-controversial. That just shows
it's a Marvel movie.
Yeah, basically. Yeah. And then it's also mildly controversial, with this just says a lot about more Marvel fans, that apparently there's like some of the first openly gay characters in the Marvel universe in that movie.
Yeah,
I don't think that even relates to the sex scenes necessarily, to the extent to which they exist. But so yeah, I mean the culture's moved a lot farther away. And again, as was Pauline Kael was even saying in 71, 72 that violence isn't judged nearly as harshly as sexuality is in films, which is strange because sexuality happens far more in the culture than violence does. Yet one's discriminated more against as far as being depicted in art. But there you go. So again,
it just is kind of a shame that movies like this aren't made as much as I don't like it. And it's like certain movies in like Europe, I guess, and internationally, but it's like the most controversial a movie can be now is like The Wolf of Wall Street, which really is a pretty limply controversial movie. I mean, it has a lot of sex and profanity, but it's just like, but it's like any other
that
Scorsese movie, and it was controversial.
In particular, set off a series of debates about the ethics of what the movie was maybe purporting to say.
Right.
But yeah, I do agree that that's probably the most in recent years I can remember something.
Yeah.
And even still, and I don't know what that speaks to. Does that speak to us as an audience, or when I say audiences, I mean kind of in general, like are less offended by things than they were in the past? Does it speak to the fact that cinema is not the supreme form of entertainment that it used to be, so movies just don't inherently make waves like they used to?
Yeah.
I don't know what the answer to that is, but again, that's Clockwork Orange, 1971, from Stanley Kubrick. Again, we're big fans and interested in Kubrick. This is one of our lesser favorites, but we nonetheless found important to talk about and touch on.
Stay tuned for scenes from our next episode.
If you don't mind, I'd like to go to bed. I've told you the light from the sitting room bothers me.
Well, we certainly can't have anything bothering you, can we?
If you don't want to go to bed, please get out.
But I do want to go to bed, Marnie. I very much want to go to bed.
No!
I'm sorry, Marnie.
But up next,
our next episode.
We've been talking about
another thing we're burning on.
Incorporate that Jeff Probst sound clip you heard earlier.
Yeah.
Marnie from 1964 is our next film from Alfred Hitchcock, which this is also a big deal. Our very first Alfred Hitchcock movie. Much like Stanley Kubrick, I know for me and you as well, Alfred Hitchcock was one of those foundational names that you come across, and those first names you fall in love with when you get into cinema. We did, certainly. Marnie represents a later film from his career, but we're going to try to spend next episode just talking about Hitchcock in general and also what all led up to Marnie, certainly. But how for you does Marnie fit into kind of late Hitchcock in terms of what it says about his career kind of at that point to make a movie like that?
Well, it's interesting because when I one of the first big things I ever, like you had just kind of said, got into for movies was Alfred Hitchcock. When we got Netflix DVD in about 2009, I believe that was 8, 9.
Because I remember the first movies we got were There Will Be Blood, which had recently just been put out on DVD, and that Water Horse.
Movie. The Loch Ness Monster movie. But by the way, I want to talk about that real quick.
Yeah.
So in that movie, I had forgotten this until recently because I didn't know who he was at the time. That whole movie is narrated by Brian Cox.
Really?
Yeah.
Was he like narrating a kid grown up or something?
Yes, he's the kid. You literally saw right through it.
Yeah.
Let me look up what his name in the movie was. Yeah, that whole movie, it's like about how, talking about, this and, the Water Horse, Legend of the what have you, Water Horse, Legend of the Deep. By the way, this film was originally the last film to be released by Revolution Studios until 2017's Triple X, Return of Xander Cage.
Okay.
But yeah, he, Agnes Mockmurrow, because I remember the ending of the movie, it's like, and what's your name or whatever, and he's like, Agnes Mockmurrow. Like, it's a big, like, it was him all along moment. It's like such an embarrassing, like, shirt over your face moment. But anyway,
Some claim to have seen it over the years, but the boy never saw it again.
That's a wonderful story.
Aye. And all true, every word of it.
Thank you,
Angus. Angus McMurrow is the name.
Anyway, it's just hilarious. But yeah, so I think about that every so often, of just like, that movie, and like, I love that movie there for a while, and it's like no one cares about it now. Anyway, I just think it's random that they made a Loch Ness Monster movie for kids and nobody talks or remembers that. It's just like one of those things that you only know about it if you were there, you know. But anyway,
I feel that way to a lesser extent about like the Nanny McPhee franchise.
Yes,
it's like one of those like mid to late 2000s. Like, wait, that was a thing that happened again. I just totally forgot.
Anyway, all that like a lot of like British children's entertainment is randomly, just kind of random to me. But anyway, so Hitchcock. One of the big things about that was that I had watched those movies when I first got Netflix.
Mm-hmm.
And some of, I watched like Vertigo, Rear Window. It actually was later until I saw Psycho. But I watched a lot of these on Netflix, and then I got that big kind of set of all the movies. Yeah, that I still have. But and Marnie was on there, obviously. And I'd watched through a lot of these movies. I'd seen The Birds and, a lot of his kind of big stuff.
North by Northwest wasn't on that, was it?
No, and I don't think I saw that until after Marnie, maybe.
Yeah.
But Marnie was the first of his I saw that I guess I liked it. I don't really remember what I thought about it the first time I saw it, but it really kind of perplexed me in a way his other movies haven't, because, frankly, it was a more mature, kind of heady movie that was a thriller in the sense that it begins with her stealing some money and kind of going on the run, but then it's all about this kind of interior dramas about, like, them being married, and it was a movie that really I kind of didn't get exactly. I don't remember how I felt about it. I don't think it's that I didn't like it. I was just kind of like, okay, and kind of moved on. But coming back to it, I think it really is one of his best movies, even though it's not always one of his more exciting movies in the way some of his other ones are. But I think it's interesting to see. I mean, he had a long career, and he was in his 60s by then.
Yeah.
But that, because I think he was born like 1899 or.
Yeah, well, it was a 100 year anniversary of his birth. Yeah.
Right. The famous Hitchcock collection.
On the Mummy VHS from 99.
But anyway,
1899.
So he would have been like, 65 when that movie came out. And that. It's just interesting to see. I mean, it's weird to say, he was really maturing as an artist. Like, he had gotten that old. But it's interesting to see somebody get to that age and feel the the movies changing around him in a way. And I mean, he changed movies himself even a bunch of times before that, but especially with Psycho. But that I felt like it was, a lot more European influenced. It kind of reminds me a lot of some of the movies that would come later, like Rosemary's Baby, or other of those kind of horror thrillers. And it's not exactly a horror movie, but it's kind of psychologically tinged and, a lot like some of those more, not exactly New Hollywood, but getting just even before New Hollywood kind of trendy European-style movies. But that he had made that kind of on his own before then. And I'm sure he was very much influenced by a lot of that, but... and I feel like he's really using his sense of color and his kind of Saul Bass, influence of kind of working with him on some of the sections of that movie where she has her, like, visions or whatever in the movie. But I think it's, a very weird, interesting movie that also, it's important to note, was, like, I guess... obviously not. I guess it was being made during all those Bond movies and Sean Connery being in it. That adds another weirdness to it. Of like this isn't even exactly a Bond performance. It's like a different kind of thing. Yeah. So it's kind of has a lot of random context that's built into it that I think only further elevates it as being, like I said, probably one of his better movies. Although not one that I honestly actually consider as much as I should. Along other ones. But I think that's why we're doing it, is because it's one of his more, not exactly unknown, because it's kind of come around now. A lot of people love it, but...
I remember seeing it for the first time in a Alfred Hitchcock kind of film authors class I took when I was at UNC Wilmington. And Hitchcock before that was always a name I liked and respected, but I remember I had seen Vertigo with you, and you had always been a big champion of that movie. And I remember the first time I saw it, I understood the plot. I got the plot, but I didn't really understand the beating heart and soul of the movie until I saw it again, and it really blew me away the second time. And ever since then, that's a movie that anytime I mention it out loud or even see its name anywhere, it instantly gets better in any consideration of it. And I mean, there's a reason why Vertigo is held as perhaps one of the greatest films of all time, if not the greatest. I would endorse that notion. There's a certain, and I need to see, there's a lot of Hitchcock blind spots I still have. Like, I really haven't seen much of his post-Psycho work towards the end of his career.
Which isn't overall terribly great.
Yeah.
I mean, I like Topaz in memory. I think that's a movie, though, that I like more in concept than what it actually is.
That's how I felt. That exact description is how I felt a long time about The Birds.
Yeah.
And then the most recent time I saw that finally really was like hit me, and I was like, I really do quite love this movie. And as far as the post-hit Psycho stuff I've seen from Hitchcock, the combination of The Birds and Marnie, what I really like about those two movies in 62 and 64, and Tippi Hedren, of course, is the lead in both of those, was they feel much less, they don't feel as concerned with plot. And so much of those early Hitchcock movies, I mean, North by Northwest is like the crown jewel, what he was building towards his whole career, of how much he could just build a plot that moves and every scene feels like it matters or gives you this new piece of information. The thing I always remember about Birds and Marnie is there's a lot of scenes that linger. There's a lot of scenes that, in theory, the old Hitchcock would have cut or would have moved on quicker from. And there's just this creeping sense of dread that he had always played with, but really in The Birds and Marnie reach a new height. The Birds had this huge marketing thing behind it in terms of like, oh, he's coming after Psycho, what's the next movie? And the Birds, and the Bird's going to be crazy and kill people or whatever.
Yeah.
Marnie doesn't really have that initial hook. It's just like Tippi Hedren, like maybe kind of a caper kind of thing.
Yeah.
What is it? And I find that to be one of his most disturbing most mature, most evocative films, and it certainly isn't like a, quote, horror film in the way that Psycho or The Birds would be, but in many ways is as, if not more disturbing than either one of those movies in terms of its depiction of sexual violence.
Mm-hmm.
And again, there's also this really interesting Richard Brody piece that he he talks about Marnie, and that I want us to talk about a little bit next
Yeah.
week when we get to it, that I think sets the context for it for me. But again, we're big fans of Hitchcock and big fans of kind of his whole career, but especially the 50s and, you know, going into the 60s, that was kind of his like artistic height in a lot of ways. And I think Marnie represents kind of, in many ways, the end of a run that he was on, and in of itself a great film as well. So we look forward to talking about that next week. Again, we got through A Clockwork Orange, sigh of relief, and we'll be tackling our first Hitchcock next week. So we don't have any Drew's Famous to play this week.
No, just be thinking about, they don't even know I'm here. I mean, that's what I'll be thinking. That's what I'll be burning on.
Oh yeah, that's what. Again, we're going to just be continue prepping for Home Sweet Home Alone, and we hope you are too. So this is Kyle.
This is Levi.
Take care. God bless.
Some big company, and you know, he struggled along with 1, 2, 3 about the same speed as Jan did. Where do you find somebody, you know, that really knows the story?
Users groups.
How do I? Do you know anybody here, Alan, who's keen and who either would know who to get or would be helpful themselves?
Well, we could.
I spent an hour simply trying to figure out how you file the pro key instructions, and I couldn't tell from the book. I must be doing something very stupid, but I simply couldn't tell. They're not adequate to explain it. I'll tell you, one of the best manuals I've seen, although I guess for what it does, the manual is very large, is the DOS-2 manual. When you really can look up almost anything. The trouble with the IBM manual is that if you want something specific to look up, it's very good, but it's very hard to sit down and read the whole IBM manual.
That's not hard to read at all.
No, but
is that the Norton book?
Richard Allen King.
No,
is Norton good?
You need the Peter Norton book.
What's it called?
I've got it at home. I didn't bring it with me.
I think I know what it is. I've got a disc, and I suddenly couldn't remember. I couldn't decide what to do. Do I want the book alone or the book and the disc? Why, is he good?
Yes, he's very good.
Good at explaining, huh?
Yep.
Maybe he could come over here and give me a $250,000 tutorial in DOS-2.
He's going to pay you, or you're going to pay him.
What does the guy do, Alan?
He's a software hotshot.
And you're talking about for morons?
Neither ATI nor CDEX.
Okay. I would say that the Lotus thing is useful for someone who hasn't the faintest idea of what the thing's supposed to do. It's very good giving you a kind of a sense of results with it. I mean, we've used it for the budget, and you know, by changing any variable can come up with a completely new budget.